Okay. I'm here, but my camera is not working. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what to do with that. It was like a new driver or something that I gotta update. You piece of shit. Ding ding. Hey, there I am. What's up? Oh, SPX. And it's gone? I don't know. Good morning. Discord audio is on. Yes. Netflix is rocketing. Not moving. Have it. Yeah, it would appear that way. Interestingly, inverse to the market. Although, I don't know how much longer the market's going to stay down. So we did get a little bit of liquidity covering into open here, but not much. There we go. Switch that to 0 DTs. I should just buy those on here. Good. Sorry, I'm just trying to get things set up right now. That looks okay. Yeah. All right. How are we supposed to believe this is the real you? Oh, I have no idea. If you guys could drop a like, big help. How stoked are you about the setup on GME? It feels so much like March, but maybe even better. It looks pretty cool. I'm pretty excited about it. I don't like that it's kind of moving quick. Hopefully we see a little bit of a pullback in that return to liquidity today. Um, that would be best. Yeah, PBI was fairly neutral. Year over year was positive. Month over month was negative. So those kind of, I would say just the whole report was pretty neutral. RevRQ halted. I would like to say that my Reformed Orthodox Rabbi, Bill Clinton, is doing great. Okay, good for him. Help, how do I tell an undergraduate student that their work is bad and they should feel bad, but in a nice way? It's better to just rip the band-aid off. Snickers. Just, you're useless and you're never going to succeed in this field. You know, that kind of thing. Worst case, you motivate them, right? Then you're their hero. Quick, say something only the real Girk would say. I'm not a centaur. Lawyer. With PPI coming in higher than expected. Hold on. Nope, that looks like it's still going to go up more. I want 39.65 and 70 stretch. Fuck it. Imposter. Expected more from you. My parents used to say that one. That's pretty good. very curious how high this is gonna go. That's the end of the run on that. Straddle exited. Okay. Cool. How long do OTC halts last? Well, nothing should ever be halted on OTC, so there's no halt notification. Oh, it's just because the data's delayed. Jesus Christ. Did you see XXX 18 plus yesterday? Be honest. No. What's this looking? Not yet. I've seen $15 puts for Upstart Feb 2023 and the unusual activity. Any info on that? No. They're out of the money, maybe marking fails along. Of course you're not a centaur, you're a minotaur. That's what the hat's for, to hide your horns. It's ridiculous. Have you ever tried to put on top of a hat on top of horns? So it doesn't work. Market doesn't care about PPI, even if flat. Yesterday you got more wage labor news. That stuff's much more important. The market cares about PPI. It affects the Dow. So Dow and Russell far more than it affects SPY and NASDAQ, though. Is there a secret to getting pre-market fills on SPX contracts? Absolutely never get a fill and watch profits disappear in seconds. Well, first of all, do you have a broker that can allows you to trade SPX and pre-market? Most of them don't. Is Netflix price action in line with your pickles picks? Or is this as a result of something else? No, it's in line with my expectations, or at least the small run up earlier was. There's still a significant amount of call side positioning on Netflix. Um, I really don't know how well it's going to perform today. It'll be in line with the market, but there's a huge amount of call positioning in like long call positioning in the 315 and 300, like through $330 range, and it stayed fairly bullish. With Netflix coming down and just tapping uh like gamma neutral over the last 2 days. I wouldn't be surprised if it continues its bounce off of it. I sold those December 16s because they weren't the best price on premium out of the Netflix contracts I have, but I still have more Netflix contracts. I bought a bunch more for January when it started to move down a little earlier this week. Did you get a chance to check out Docu earnings? Any thoughts? If so, I didn't. I know it ran. I was pretty happy about that. How's it doing this morning? Still up? Yeah, up 15%. I'm very happy about it. It was one of the pickles picks for this week, so it's nice to see that their earnings turned out well. I didn't expect their earnings to be bad. I didn't expect them to be quite so good. I was playing it more for its OPEX exposure than its earnings exposure, but it's pretty nice. I'm definitely going to take some profits off of it. Feels like Dole. HCP ran really hard this week too, which is the other like longer term buy-in opportunity. Did you enter the call side or put side of your SPX straddle? I exited the put side. So, when the market opens down on a day where you have a lot of delta neutral positioning like that, puts are going to close first, right? So generally you get like a small push down and then puts close out and then the price rockets and then, longs close out on the upside. Netflix. Damn, that sucks. 25. Kind of pricey for 0 DTs. Hate them though. Oh, moving up. How did HSI end up closing out? Up 232 points. Odds down. Okay, Russell's starting to catch back up. Dow's picking up. Oil's up. Dixie's up. Why? Euro's down. Oh, but pound is up. Okay, so sort of stable. I mean, I wasn't buying Docu for its earnings, right? My assessment of its earnings is that it would be not bad, right? Like I didn't expect it to go up 15% on earnings, but maybe a couple bucks. I bought it, well, first of all, to hold, and then also I bought it for OPEX. Fundamentals are good for trading. They can help. Any good exposure for Dow index puts, DIA or DJX better? DJX is has a tax treatment if you're in the US. Good exposure. So yeah, I mean DJX if you're gonna swing trade it and you can buy into liquid strikes. DIA if you're gonna try to intraday trade or buy into uh, even the strikes there not super liquid, but probably better liquidity than DJX. High range on SPX today. Ooh, I don't know. Right now we're kind of chopping very much in the same range we were trading yesterday. Um, that could improve, I guess, but I don't have another update on OI for another minute. You have the gamma flip point for Docu. I know what gamma neutral is. Gamma neutral on Docu is at 45.97. Delta neutral's at 50.14. So Tesla up 3%. What do you expect end of day? I have no idea. That's a big move. Looks like it's moving up with SPX. That's way too long of a time frame. Tesla looks like it can continue up for a little bit. I think it'll depend largely on what we see in SPX. And SPX is kind of starting to consolidate. Futures have come nowhere near filling their gap right now. We also have the roll, so there's gonna be a lot of volatility today from hedging. It shouldn't affect things too much, but probably by some like 180. Be fun. Now we should see some profit taking on the long side on SPX. I don't know how long that's gonna last for. Gross. It's not the most ideal opportunity for that. Just cut these. Those are January's. Still kind of volatile. SPX gonna stay under 4,000 today? Probably. Let's see if we can start trading in like the 39.80 range by like late afternoon. Then it's a little more possible, but right now I don't see it. Ken Griffey sends 10K employees to Disney World. He's so broke he never covered LOL. Yeah. Seems weird that my 1216 Fubo 8s keep spiking to thousands of percent up. I can't sell any of them, but it's currently telling me that the mark is 240 TDA, by the way. Weird. I don't know, maybe like just really illiquid contracts. I don't think the 8s are very liquid, so it might just be the spread moving around. Like you're not gonna get fill at that price, right? Michigan data in 9 minutes. Yep. Isn't this effectively the end of peak inflation going into a slow market in Q1 23? Bullish for end of year. It could be, yeah. I don't think December's going to be all that bad, but it'll still depend heavily on CPI and the Fed decision. The Pores chat and Upstart is getting impatient. It's not even OPEX yet. Tell him to shut the fuck up. I just farted away a stomachache, one of the few pleasures universally appreciated. Congratulations, Mustard Homie. What are your thoughts about the alleged $36 billion Teamster pension bailout? Cool. Now that we've shown I need to get better exiting straddles, can you help us understand how you knew it would drop, then rip? I saw a nosedive in PM and read the MOM as negative backwards. The momentum? What? What are you saying? I mean, it was gonna open down, first of all. So that part was pretty easy to determine. I'm trying to roll my bull put spread on Upstart and I can't get a fill. Is it because the bid ask is so large? I roll my bull put spread and I can't get a fill. Wide? Possibly. Which part aren't you getting the fill on? I don't know. Move closer to the ask or the bid. I don't know which leg you can't roll. Can you please explain why you keep shilling Docu? What do you have against big paper? They kill trees, man. Not cool. I missed it thinking we are gonna slowly melt up until CPI Tuesday. No. I think after these straddles are closed out from yesterday and the rest of the economic data is in for today, we're probably just gonna see a lot of volatility into like Monday afternoon. Directionally, I really don't know where it's gonna go. PPI data is fairly neutral, but nobody's gonna be setting up more delta neutral positioning probably until Monday, right? So we'll chop around and find a level, and then by Monday afternoon, we'll probably start getting locked into that level. That's the best I got. Gamma neutral, same as gamma flip point. Gamma neutral is more accurate. GME IV for Jan is about to dip under 100. Yes. Good morning, Mike. Look at the opening volume on Upstart. It looks like they don't have any ammo left. I don't think they have much. HFT, algos move in patterns. You can see waves in the price action of SPX. The waves have been getting tighter and tighter with less and less volume. Okay. Uh, high frequency traders generally don't target like bigger assets, right? They generally like trade the spreads on very small securities, very small, very liquid securities, because the slippage is far more controllable. SPX would be very, very dangerous to do a lot of high frequency trading on. SPX straddle over the weekend's probably worth it. It's up to you. I mean, you could buy a little extra theta, that way you can carry it into CPI if it doesn't work out the way you want. You're planning on holding on to your Baba calls for the weekend? Um, Good question. I don't know. Maybe. Jimmy IV dropping on Jimmy. Yeah, there's probably an opportunity there. Is a cat with no legs? Or should I buy a 240C? Should I have bought when 225 dip? I just missed the kitty. No, cat's not really worth playing right now. I mean, you can try, but it's gonna be really choppy and volatile. Just pull back on Jimmy what you were talking about when you were referencing a volume drop. This morning in the DD. Yeah. They were they were shorting into like this morning's price volatility. So how's Michigan consumer? Just drove a little bit of volatility, so let's see what it looks like. So Michigan consumer up 59.1 versus 56.4. Wholesale inventories down month over month. Michigan inflation expectations down. Michigan current conditions preliminary December slightly up. So pretty good. 5-year inflation expectation is up 0.1. So they're betting on more entrenched inflation. And then we don't have anything until the Fed quarterly financial accounts at noon. So pretty bullish data set there. I like it. No, I'll get GME calls. I just don't need to today. Trying to think of a nicer way to put that. Yeah, it looks like I still have a little bit of time to pick up calls. I wonder if there's enough positioning to support a, like a bullish move here. Gamma's still at 39.82. I guess so. We kind of need to break to the upside of 39.70. Right now it's a little bit range bound. UWMC popping, good for them. It needs interest or nothing's gonna happen. Thoughts? It already has the interest. It's built in. It's part of the short position. Are you looking at GME calls or just short the vol at the top? Okay, answer that. Ban the spy bot. Where? Are we have another one of those people saying stupid spy things? What do you make of what Watkins saying? I mean, I don't value his opinions very highly. Um, most of the things he says are uninformed and conspiratorial. Occasionally he says something intelligent, but it's between hours and hours of drunken rambling. So it's hard to tell when he's being serious or not. They've discouraged interest in MMTLP. No, I'm just not interested in it. But have you seen what is happening this morning with the U3 halt? And could you share your thoughts on it? They halted it because the company is going private, right? Am I mistaken on that? It looks like people bag held it from a 1,000% move to the upside, down to $2. Nice. Very, very good trading. Not dog, real interest. You know what I mean? Doesn't need it. It's got enough. It's got plenty of options on the call chain. It's got a very small float still walking. I think maybe you're comparing it to other stocks that are far more liquid. It's not, and it's got significantly more than I think more than its float and options in the money at like $30. Point walking to fake Girk. He cares about Watkins' opinion. Fake Girk loves everyone. Upstart was 7 to 9 cents spread on the bid ask for shares. I remember Jimmy in Feb 2022 had a spread difference, and March open sent it to Valhalla. Same like Upstart. Yeah, Upstart's becoming extremely illiquid. No, they're saying no shares can be traded for the last 2 days leading into the privatization, claiming extraordinary circumstances. The circumstances are extraordinary. A lot of people have bought their stock and then held it for no apparent reason. MMTLP same like pump and dump? Sure looks like it. Nothing like holding the downside of a squeeze. MMTLP is MMAT's preferred dividend, Alarian. Do you think SPX will end above or below yesterday's close? I don't know. The midday data is kind of bullish. Plenty of options on the chain that are down 50% like mine. Yeah, there's a lot of options on the chain. Also, stop buying the peak. I don't have a single January contract that's down 50%. Even the ones with the worst cost basis aren't down 50%. And I have 2,600 contracts. So, yeah, don't chase when you buy your options positions. Plan it out. It'll save you a lot of money. There are no MMTLP puts, otherwise I would have loaded up on them. Rev was never supposed to go to $30. It was supposed to go to like 12. His options printed plenty before they didn't. But we still need a push. Without it, there's no reason not to simply keep rolling puts and using minimal effort to create the effect, to great effect on the stock. You can't cover into rolled put positions walking. It blows up your short. Do you think retail's the driver of OPEC's price action? The primary driver? No. It can help extend the run minimally. Have you been taking some sort of medication that would encourage the growth of a tail, Bob? Ew, MMTLP doesn't trade options? Now you know why I don't own it. I'm not gonna short sell a fucking OTC stock that's going private. You tend to buy SPX 399 calls. It's 3990s? Usually Finral for U3 halts, usually Finral shortly release like an advisory on why it's being halted. As long as they're in compliance with oh fuck is it 6490 with their corporate action filings, then I'd imagine they'll be unhalted. But yeah, usually U3 means that there's like a pump and dump or something going on. Some shady shit. There's like probably an active investigation now. Still bullish on Revlon? Why not? They're still in business. If no run by the end of OPEX on Upstart, will you get out of the play entirely or just keep rolling? I'm probably gonna not keep rolling, but I'm just gonna move out into Jan 2024s and then sit on my shares. There's an OI update on SPX. Curious where you see today's range. I'm leaning towards 4,000 to 3930. Yeah, that's very wide. I think it'll depend on if we can break the upside of 3970 here, which is still kind of questionable. Right now Gamma's still fairly flat around the current price. To be fair, PPI data wasn't very compelling today. Gamma flips at 3982. So it's probably unlikely we cross that. If we fall below 3950, there's a little bit of downside to be realized to like the 3930, 3925 level. Well, we still have a fairly consistent uptrend on the day. And this doesn't look so bad. Our futures looking. Futures are looking a little better than the SPX right now. That could be a good sign. Although they just moved to the next contract yesterday on minis. Ooh. Nice pigeon teeth. One of my buddies YOLO'd his whole port on Docu last night, 10 minutes before market close. Nice. Good for him. Finner said will remain halted through the distribution. Ouch. Very bullish on copper into the next year. Thoughts? I don't think it's necessarily a bad play. You're gonna need to hope that the demand for copper rises next year. New home construction will be pretty important. Yeah, sure, hang tight. I might not get around to it today, but I'll check. I'll probably get to it by this weekend. My worry is if there are shorts that need to be closed on MMTLP, it's true that it seems that Finner and the OTC market are stopping it from happening, and could do the same with Upstart, etc. Oh, Upstart's not on OTC. OTC markets have different rules and regulations. There's a reason it's really advantageous for short positions, especially synthetic short positions and naked short positions, to be open on the OTC. And that's because the settlement rules are significantly different. They can also settle with the company for their short position directly with cash. Or with the lender. Thanks. I'm playing some SPX credit spreads, as you mentioned the other day. See if I can collect some spare weekend pizza money. Alright. Wonder if this is gonna grind down to 39.50 or we're gonna just like find a higher level here. Okay, Baba looks like shit. But it's only 10 o'clock, so I guess I can wait a little bit. Wonder how important the Fed financials are going to be on impact. Huh. What's Finner have to say about GME? Nothing? GME's not halted. Yeah, I know most new construction uses PEX. But there's still copper. I mean, I think even if they're using PEX, they're still using copper in their electrical systems and stuff. Construction's an important part of the copper demand. It's not just plumbing. But the biggest demand on copper supplies are generally new home and commercial construction and infrastructure. My boomer father-in-law has a rich buddy with an algo. No clue what it tracks. He's hella bullish on Jill and Fix. Ever looked at either? Thank you. Is Jill J. Jill? That's kind of like one of the OPEC stocks. It looks like it's run quite a bit already since the 6th. Ew. It looks like it tracks some shit no one else does. Small cap volatility increases, maybe. PHX looks a little bullish. That's interesting. JJ's kind of run a lot already. I don't know if I'd trust it to go up too much more. Yeah, PEX is still not allowed in some municipalities. It's not allowed here either in New York. Yeah, EV motors are copper. We'll see how the production of those picks up over the next couple of years. Moscow mule mugs. The price of Jimmy on the daily shows prices with 4 digits after the decimal point. I wonder how long it takes until we get to 5. What? Why no pecs? Haha. Someone set us up for a no pecs joke, and I love it. Generally speaking, thanks for answering questions about things you care less than a horsehair about, simply because you can offer insight to them and clear up any confusion. I appreciate it. No problem, Callum. Well, that's why Burry's bullish on prisons, right? Baba Duke? Yeah, it's looking like it. One second, guys. All right. Cold in my hallway. Carvana Luddle Halt. Still doing crazy shit. I just don't trust it. I wonder where we're going to see positioning fall. Hmm. Curious. It's kind of bullish. Okay. Not even 400 likes. Well, a lot of people here today. No, no snow. Or at least I don't think so. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Any more economic data today? Yeah, the Fed's quarterly financial statement comes out today at noon. I don't think that's going to have a huge impact, but it could. Got any insight on a firm right now? I don't like that company very much. Better way to watch my port disappear than here joking with my friends. I just like the stream. Can you draw some lines on SPX again like yesterday and make it go up? Thanks. It's starting to round out a little bit right now. It's getting a little bit of momentum to the upside. I don't know how high it's going to break, but we'll see. I just like the stream. Can you draw some lines on SPX again? Oh, do you have GM, DNE, or DN? Yeah. So, thanks for reminding me. Impact, see how they're getting on with QT. That could be bullish though, right? OTC halted MLP short squeeze. I don't think you can halt OTC stocks. Yes, they can. It's not a Luddle halt. It's the Finner's halting it. There's no short squeeze. It's fucking at $2. Can't catch a break. I need Jamie to hold its ground today for my in the money calls, and it's shitting the bed. Fuck my life. Interesting. What do you have, like weeklies? Beer loin? Are you playing weeklies on GME and losing money? Oh, Mirren? I remember when that ran last year. Signed a deal with Walmart. That could be a decent play. It does have high short interest. Also has a very small float. It ran with. It didn't just run in. Like, it wasn't just July of last year. It also ran before GME did in 2020. I will say that runs on it tend to be very brief, so I'd be careful with it. But it looks pretty decent. I don't think it's gonna like squeeze out again, but it might move up a bit. It's not bad. Thanks, Lawrence of Arabia. I just wanted to let you know I appreciate you, man. Thanks, Boxem 2K3. Appreciate you too, dude. I wish this had broken a little higher. Is this trend gonna continue on this? Yeah, so Mojo, Marin is, it's not that, they're not that bad of a company, I don't think. Um, they've had a hard time getting any money, but maybe the deal with Walmart's like a step in the right direction. I hear somewhere that uranium production is equivalent to 35 billion or 2% Microsoft's market cap. I have no uranium exposure. I was looking for vehicles. What do you like? Sprott is really good. Um URNM. I have Sprott physical uranium. I'm trying to remember the name of the other one I have. I don't have that port open right now. Fuck. Ura. URA. URA is the one. URA is good for like industry-wide exposure. It covers like refiners, I think it covers like equipment manufacturers, nuclear facility firms. So it's got a lot of exposure to the entire uranium industry, which can be good or bad. But direct exposure to uranium, I like Sprott. It comes with some tax conditions that might be a pain in the ass for your accountant. The Zingo Live guy is holding 20k shares of Carvana at 20, saying it will go above that again. If they get their debt renegotiated, maybe. Yeah, it could be good for them. Yeah, that was when they signed with Snapchat. Lulu is nuts. So is Ulta. Would you say you're more of a bacon or breakfast sausage guy? Another breakfast protein of choice instead. Uh, it's mood based. I could go either way. Bacon's generally pretty generic, right? But sausage can vary in quality quite a lot. I'm hoping this pump will sustain more. We'll find out. I mean, you can always buy a ton of theta. It's pretty volatile stock anyway. Carvana ripping. Good. I have December 16th calls that are super underwater. Um, do you eat bagel and lox from New York Deli? No, I don't really like putting fish on my bagels. I've had it before. It's fine. It's not my favorite. Also, lox is just salty as fuck. Fish tacos? If the fish is grilled, yes. I don't like fried fish tacos. Mahi tacos are phenomenal. Yeah, it looks like SPX might get a little bump here. I don't know how much of one, but a little bit. I feel like it's almost just trading in an even fucking tighter range today. Maybe institutions are just gonna straddle the whole fucking weekend. Opinions on everything bagels? They're fine. I don't like them when they put salt on them though. If it's everything but like rock salt, I'm okay with it. But when they start putting fucking salt on them, I'm not such a big fan. Like garlic, onion, poppy, sesame, great. Salt, disgusting. You must have a hard time traveling with your food preferences. Is that why you never leave? A big part of it. How do you feel about plain boiled catfish? There's a reason I don't live in Texas, man. Make a case on how illiquidity on a stock doesn't necessarily mean anything. It doesn't mean anything if there's no shorts. Some stocks are just illiquid. They don't have very large floats. That doesn't mean there's anybody shorting it. It's when you short illiquid stocks that you run into problems. Do you have an educated guess of when Upstart is most likely to run this month? Mm, if we were seeing a mean reversion in liquidity, I would have a better idea of time frame. I think I have a better idea of time frame with GME right now. But OPEX is the most advantageous period to cover, so that's why we focus on it. Carvana 375 a few months ago, maybe a squeeze to 20. It's not really a squeeze, it'd just be a run to 20. It's possible that it's possible that some puts will close out and that some shorts will take profits. It definitely wasn't just a few months ago though. It hasn't been $300 since last August, which is over a year ago. That's just a some things bagel. That's fine. My grandparents used to salt their watermelon. Thoughts? Makes it sweeter. Unrefined sea salt is good on seafood. Okay. No way to know, Tim. Commodities trading firm Trafigura is to hand more than 1.7 billion to its top traders and shareholders after the energy crisis led to a surge in profits, per the Guardian. Nice take. Quick question: if Lisa Su comes to your house and gives you some really good information on how AMD is going to beat the recession in a very seductive way, on a scale of full bear to full bull, how bricked up are you getting? Like a rock. BMG. That'd be gentle though. Read through their filings. Should be listed in their 10Qs. What non-stick pots and pans do you employ? All of the pans I have are either carbon steel or cast iron. They should be fine for scrambled eggs if you season them properly. Jewel to pay 1.2 billion in youth vaping settlement. Okay. Since when do people give a fuck what people on Bazinga are saying? We getting stock tips from Bazinga now? I'll just quit trading. Fuck that. Hey guys, pump my bags. I'm in this shit at 20. Like, what the fuck? How's that bullish? Why do you turn your camera off when you leave? Do you have streakers running through your front room? I mean, it's New York City. You never know what could happen. Are you positioning into NVIDIA puts at these prices? Not yet, no. I have some, but I haven't bought any more for a little while now. And I sold off my near the money ones on the last dip. Is this Prometheus Johnson? I don't know. Is it? Gonna finally get some fucking momentum on SPX today or what? Not a lot. What's up, Ben? Someone explain what Fubo's features are. Why does he feature Fubo? Uh, $8 to $13 in 1 to 2 years. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, sending a little bit. It's kind of already broken out above the resistance here. But yeah, there's an ascending wedge there. It's coming off of a downtrend though, so it's not necessarily super bullish. Discord audios should be working just fine. North Carolina Treasurer calls for BlackRock CEO Fink to resign. Oh, I can finally move up in the world. Check Discord DM. I made you. Oh, that's super awesome. Thank you. I'll be sure to use that around the holidays. Thoughts on Jimmy buying Newegg? I don't think so. They don't have that much money. Also, Newegg has a ton of shady insider shit going on, and it's Chinese owned. Feeling a little bit better today. Thanks, Mike Zero Profit. Come on, 251 end of day. Uh-oh, the 11th test of 3965. Maybe this is the one. It's time to retire the hat and put on a suit and tie, buddy. You're about to run BlackRock. If the treasurer of any state had nearly as much power as Larry Fink. Dad, why is Upstart acting bullish? Because it's just like a really cool stock and I like it a lot. I hope. I I want to say it's not because they're covering any significant number of shares right now. No. Have you read BlackRock's 2023 global outlook? It's wonderfully bearish. No. Tell me more. Do you average down your calls after you sell your puts? Yeah, sometimes. If I haven't closed the calls, then yes, you can do that. Well, Upstart's gotten more illiquid since market open, so you might not want to admit on stream that you're not reading through your work materials. Do you know why MMTLP isn't trading or it's halted? Thank you for your time. FINRA should release a report on why the stock is halted. It's a U3 halt, so no one will know until FINRA releases a statement. I'd imagine they suspect fraud or something. Carvana has some huge gaps to fill on the upside if it runs. Enjoy being Bazinga's exit liquidity. I mean, I have calls on Carvana for December 16th that I bought at the beginning of this week, uh, before they announced their debt restructuring, which was a bit unfortunate. Or last week, beginning of last week. Um, it'd be cool if they go in the money. But the company's a piece of shit. Gamma Max on Sava. Um, it's pretty high. Gamma Max on Sava's at $70. How's Sava doing today? Yeah. Yeah, it's still crushing it. Should put a stop on this. We're gonna break 39.75 finally? Ooh. Bullish. Nice. Not a bad day. Mm. I probably wouldn't touch Carvana unless it went over 6. Really, like 650. And even then, the range is not likely to be $20. What's Fubo doing today? Doing alright. Yeah, sorry, I turned the notifications down. I didn't realize they were up so loud. Why do you have 0 DTEs? Nothing's that fucking liquid or volatile right now, man. None of these are. Sava might have been good for 0 DTs. Actually, Sava might still be good for 0 DTs. Sub as actual GM though. Seems fucking ridiculous. $8. Spread there is disgusting. Spy going to 4K today? I don't know. It's a stretch. If we break 39.82, possibly, but otherwise, I don't think so. For SPX, sorry. It's a pretty big risk. We may not break through gamma neutral. Works at Best Buy can get me a 4090 FE. They've been sold out for months. Oh no. Was Carvana actually a $400 stock? Yeah, Upstart was too. No, Carvana's a piece of shit company. They have a terrible fucking business model. It's inefficient as all hell. Well, we like volatility here. No, I don't want to commission a fursona ever. How many Upstart Jan 510 Jan 2024s do you have? Just the ones in here. 50 of them? I just bought them as a meme. It's not like, I mean, it's doing okay, but it's only up 2 cents, right? Any buyers of the stock after yesterday are no longer going to receive shares of a new company. Okay. Zoom has entered the chat. You ready for the new basket, turd? All the shit that rallied during COVID? You all caught up on DMs and Ko-Fis? I don't know. Probably. Good. Bullish on the euro. Maybe they'll actually fucking bump some rates. Is that a camel humps formation on Sava? It's just kind of tracking with the SPX, right? Carvana tempting me since it was 375 a few months ago. Yeah, you should have shorted it. You would have made a lot of more money than buying it at the bottom. They're experiencing a significant collapse in their margins. They took on a fucking obscene amount of debt. Their per unit profits have dropped off massively in 2022. They're trying to slash their capex, but there's no way they're going to meet their SG&A targets. Not in the next couple quarters. And since they don't make any fucking money off their actual business, they're unable to support their like $7.5 billion worth of debt, which is 8 times the company's market cap. It's a pile of shit. I can't tell if it's being pushed by bots because who the fuck would buy it at 375 with all of those things going on? If you were tempted by Carvana at $375, you're a fucking idiot. Maybe they can sell their dumb vending machines to you for your parking garage idea. My parking lots that me and Turd are opening are going to be a parking lot REIT. Okay, we're just collecting management fees, and by management fees I mean we're going to do nothing and own parking lots that we lease out to other people. It's going to be a private real estate investment trust. I bought Carvana at $3.75. I think a lot of what you're seeing on Carvana right now is shorts taking profit. So expect rallies to be killed very quickly. That's why you're seeing it haul up and down like that. Is shorts are just taking profits. Carvana's pretty liquid too, so that's another factor you should consider. I think they have like 100 million share float, and most institutions have already dumped it. The like the primary shareholders of Carvana just used Carvana's capital, like their all their startup capital, to buy cars from themselves, which they then sold to people for double their cost. It got bled. Except Upstart doesn't have $7.5 billion of debt. But they give you a really big coin that you can put in your car vending machine. It's got to be worth something, right? I guess. Or that's just CGI. How much debt does Upstart have? They might have none. I don't think they have any current debt. They have liabilities, but that's in their loans. So it's also total non-current $120 million. 1.02 billion total debt, but net debt is 188 million. So it's not very much. No, I don't think they have any French government loans. They've been taking more of their more of the loans onto their balance sheet. But those are only debt if they default, right? And then they can still sell it off. There's people just like Bazinga pump and dump bots. Like, what the fuck? It has gaps to the upside because people sold the shit out of it. Companies that go out of business don't fill their upside gaps, just so people know. I have a great investment idea. IBM. Dear God, why? Well, we've been getting a lot of fucking pump and dump bots in here lately. MMTLP, Carvana. What was the other one? Nobody comes on YouTube and makes statements like that. Oh yeah, Neo. That the guy is like SPY 500 by the end of the year. SPY looks so bullish. Meanwhile, SPY's like down to 300 BPS on the day. Keep Neo's name out of your mouth. I'm bag holding 10 shares at $60. Why haven't you averaged down, man? Sounds like you're not super confident in those 10 shares. I've been hedging my downside with covered calls. You say I'm an experienced trader now? No. But Good job. NFTZ ETF is a fairly good indicator of GME price runs due to its illiquidity and highest percentage of GME as a holding. It's been a downtrend since September, but recently turned positive. That's one of the ones we watch. I know. It's very illiquid, and they hammer it quite a bit. GME still considered to be quickly returning to the liquid environment given the current price action. Did we expect consistent ups over the next 6 or 7 days? Not necessarily. And any free liquidity they can get, they can use to short again in order to try to stabilize price action. But it is moving that way. Like the trend is shifted. So it can take 6 to 7 days before we realize any price action or any significant price action. Based on the historical data, you can see this similar effect occur in May and March if you look at the chart from today's daily. I'd say like the levels I would probably compare to like March 15th. Feels like as things get crazier and crazier across the market, the bot shills and FUD are only going to get more annoying. Even in the YouTube chat, sign of the times. And if it gets really bad, I can make the chat members only, but that's kind of super shitty too. It hasn't been too bad. Mostly it's pretty obvious. But I just wanted cheap exposure to GME at all times and through OPEXs. Why would you want it? Well, okay. I assume that you'd be selling that exposure when it's profitable, right? Sure, yeah, you can buy farther dated calls if you want. You get less leverage, which is the downside. You said that you bought Upstart Jan 24 510Cs as a meme, but what if the contracts are unfairly hard with a run above GM? Yeah, sure. I mean, they move up. The percent increase could be significant. On more importantly, an increase in implied volatility than an increase in price. Nobody silenced you. What? Keep the stream open to everyone, but just allow commenting by members only. I mean, I'm only going to do that if the bots are really, really bad. And I'd only do it temporarily. I don't think we haven't seen that since that day that we got just absolutely inundated with crypto bots. Like last year. I've never done it again since. I hope you don't go members only. I listen lurk pretty much daily. Don't chat much, but like the ability to. I'm not. I wouldn't ever do it on a permanent basis. It's just the solution if we get kind of flooded by bots. I like this. I like this camera angle. I feel very sneaky. I don't want to spend another cent on Neo. It's the first stock I ever bought. That $600 is sunk cost, but on to better things. Got any bullish upstart charts? No. I posted one this morning. Go look at that. Bithead accidentally gifts bot memberships and JW Booth too. It's true. It's a few bots have gotten memberships. Would you consider buying Upstart Jan 24 100s? Yeah, that's not a bad contract. Thanks, Blueberry Batman. Did you already talk about MMTLP and what FINRA just put out with Rule 6640A3? I talked about it earlier. Do you own MMTLP? Buckled up, Jen? Jen? Don't lie to me. Okay. You have to, like, submit yourself to be on the Forbes list. The shares are bought at Fidelity and Upstart for the first time in forever. 20K. That's not very many. Rotate your webcam image 180 degrees, please. Is that better, Carl? Not a Centauri American. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I'm uncomfortable. Please stop. You can just flip your phone upside down. The gravitational pull will bring Upstart to the moon. Bro, are you high? No. Are you? You seeing shit? You kiss me like Mary Jane and Spider-Man. I mean, what you do with your screen is up to you. Retrocognition. I've seen the stream card in the gallery. I'm aware. I'm front running it. How difficult is a trade like that? It's pretty much the same. Getting vertigo from this. Ugh. I should have done this right from the beginning. Is this fake Kirk? All right. That's enough fun. I gotta become gigantic. Shit, I'm upside down again. Okay. Have I inversed myself? What a weird day. Would you recommend averaging down slowly or looking at higher strikes? You can buy some higher strikes to offset your loss. That way you can capture smaller moves until bigger ones are ready to happen. How's SPX looking? Yeah. It's starting to trend up a little more, which could be good, or it could just be leading into bigger sell-offs at the end of the day. Check OI and see if it's getting any more bullish. It really wasn't very bullish earlier. 1108's the last update. Yeah, I mean 39.75 up to the gamma flip point. Gamma flip point's now at 39.87. Pretty bearish. Although it gets positive after that. Seeing a large amount of QQQ put spot for 1216. Call sold for next June. 140 million in premium total. 42k contracts each. Okay, that's a lot. It's a big position. What strikes? That's a Jimmy Gen 100 for 6 cents. That seems crazy cheap. I mean, it's not a very good IV play because it doesn't have a lot of theta. If you're gonna try to play January with like January 23 for IV, you'd need to be closer to the money. Just can't get used to this fucking chair, man. Oh. Oh. Okay. Thoughts on doubling down on Fubo? Have a cost basis of 343. What's Fubo's current price? 250? Up to you. I don't know how big your position is. How much would you be able to average down? I thought this PPI was worse than expected. It was just kind of neutral. Which probably only promotes more volatility during the roll period, right? Well, the roll's over, but there's still going to be a lot of repositioning after it. Strike 300. Sold calls, bot puts. Seems like a just like protective puts. If they're both at the same strike. This is, I mean, this is where the like CEO last bought Fubo. Uh, so the price isn't terrible. Can I ask why Jan 2023 Upstart is a good IV compared to the GME one? Oh, yeah, I mean, I bought them when IV was extremely low. IV's a little bit lower now, but they were very, very cheap. I mean, IV will go up on the Gen ones. It's just not as good as buying closer to the money. It depends on how extensive your position is. You can get exposure at those strikes, but and it's not necessarily bad. But if it's your only exposure, it's not very good, right? PPI was not neutral. The market is neutral. No, PPI was pretty neutral, man. The month over month was flat, first of all, right? Core PPI went up 2.2 above expectation for month over month, and PPI was flat, right? But year over year, it went down 0.5. On, well, it went down 0.5 on core, down 0.7 on uh you just year over year PPI. Also, the Michigan Consumer Report was pretty bullish. So there's definitely a bullish lean in the data today. Dan Weekly's out of the money put buyer extraordinaire. Another 40K contract, sold calls 1216, bought puts for 616. So the net is two separate synthetic shorts. Total premium now around 250 million, 82,000 contracts total. Okay. Sounds like they're betting on the downside of CPI. Yeah, yeah. I bought some AT&T. Not a lot. I only think I think I only picked up like 500 shares or something. No, Carvana's not probably. It's probably not going to $20. To be fair, my puts were in the money when I bought them. Why don't you just take profits when you're up then? I mean, no offense, Dan Weeklies, but you keep betting against my analysis, which has been pretty fucking spot on. And it's not, it doesn't seem to be to your benefit. So maybe you need to rethink your approach. I love a good bit of competition, but it's been burning you a lot lately. It's a question for my financial advisor. Out of the money put by her extraordinaire. Do you think a pullback to 39.60 before more ups? I don't know. I think it's interesting that we're pushing into this level because this level is pretty negative. So that means we're getting some actual buy pressure. Uh, yeah, we could see a rejection. I don't know if we'll go back to 39.60, but maybe 39.65. And we're kind of pushing the intraday high right now. I think if longs want to pressure like the gamma flip point, I don't think it would take them a lot of effort. Like there's negative gamma at these levels, like 39.75, 39.80, 39.85 are all pretty negative in order to hold that flip point, but it's weak, right? So if longs were to push or position hard at those levels, this will move up. Just because there's just not enough leverage short positioning there. No one's gonna buy a bunch of short positioning in the money. Like maybe on a individual equity, but on SPX, no one's gonna try to fight the momentum like that. That's how you lose billions, right? No offense, was Jimmy gonna hit 38.59 soon? Probably not this week. I said like 6 to 7 days at least. Could be 9. We can only base it off historical precedent, so and they vary. Don't Ghost Geeks plays? Does it mean inverse all his plays? Girk, I sent you my trading account and bank info last night when you added me as a friend. Today the accounts are drained. When Oh, popcorn trader. That's not how that works. Who hits 21st? Jimmy or Upstart? Man, you guys just can't deal with red days. Fucking unbelievable. Stop buying weeklies, you idiots. Stop it. You're just throwing your money away. I know the idea of having 10 contracts versus one is really tantalizing, but if you lose all your money on the 10 contracts and you would have made money by just having one, the one contract is the winner. No, you didn't. You even sent a fucking Ko-Fi arguing that I was being a shill for not convincing people to buy weeklies. I'm actually not bound by any laws to not give financial advice. I could give as much financial advice as I want. I just don't. But there's nothing stopping that. Jim Cramer does it every day. He's like, everyone should buy this stock right now. Hope you don't feel like sleeping over the weekend. I have something to show you. Bring it. My body's ready. Can you go into depth on a concept you brought up last week? I think it was profitability or something. Are you saying there's a way to make money in the markets? Yes, Nesquik. You can, actually. The EU doesn't have not financial advice rules either. Financial advice rules only apply to actual financial advisors. Like registered ones. I've started using ADX recently to confirm trends, and it's quickly becoming my favorite indicator. It's not a bad one. I wouldn't rely on it too much. It's very slow. It's hilarious to me when I see Redditors or YouTubers so vehemently telling folks that this is not financial advice and they're not a financial advisor. This is for informational purposes only. This is for entertainment purposes only. Mostly my entertainment. Can you explain why you're wanting to see a pullback? It's not that I want to see one. It's just that we don't need to run today. So it's irrelevant. You could retire Popcorn Trader and then get like a minimum wage job and then just use your harvested tax losses to offset your income tax for years to come. Just don't make too much money, otherwise you won't be able to do that. But you would have to violate your non-compete agreement with Larry. No comment. Thanks for the pick on Daku. You got that stock's number, bro. They're an okay company. Unless you ask Popcorn Trader. But he's just mad because he's never been able to make money off of it. You see Jimmy hitting GM this OPEX? Yeah, it's definitely possible. You're gonna get Jan 23s for GME or sooner? I have some Jan 23s for GME. I picked up like 100 at 30 today. If he keeps dipping, I might buy some like 20. I don't really know what strike there is very liquid. Maybe. Maybe. I really don't like any of those. Maybe I'll get some 35s. I don't know. Either 26 25s or 35s. I guess it depends on how much it drops. I have no idea. I'm not an accountant. Michael Bonsellet? Thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Is it worth waiting until after PPI CPI on Tuesday to enter the majority of OPEX positions? You could. Could be too late. That's the risk you take by waiting. Yeah, I'll pardon Freg. XYZZZY. It'd take me decades with a minimum wage job to offset that. Don't live that long. It's okay, you'll have worse health insurance. What do you think has more potential this OPEX? Upstart or GME? They're different. GME will always have more FOMO and more interest. Upstart's more shorted. Why does Freg need a pardon? He's got quite the rap sheet. He could use it. Let him move around the United States a lot more freely. 0DT SPX put end of day? I don't know. There's no, like, I'd say if CPI was Monday, then there might be a sell off into the weekend. If we run a little too hot into close, then maybe be cautious of that. A frosty postcard. Jolly season's greetings, everyone. Deck your halls with naked calls and sell a great log of theta to keep you warm through solstice. I hope you all will have a visit from the Finn Father. Together you will take many positions and he will make white on your port. Thank you so much, Frosty Postcard. If you have a tax question, tag me. Not tax advice. The question was using capital gains losses, like offset ones to defer income tax. I picked up some Gen 350 piece for Carvana. Do you think my strike is too low? Some Gen 350s? Why? Why would you? Why do people always want to short the bottom and buy the top? I mean, Carvana's currently has what I thought would happen to it going on, where shorts are getting out, but it's happening at a lower level than I wanted it to. But that's going to lead to like a lot of volatility. It may not lead to a lot of upside price action, but it's probably not going to help the downside out too much. Thanks, Yaga. The execs at Carvana might be worse than BBBY. I'm gonna get more aggressive with CCs after this run. Could you please go over selling in the money CCs to maximize profit potential? If it hits 40, selling 25 versus 30 versus 35. I mean, that's just different risk. For if you're going more than like 10% in the money, you need to probably add some additional theta to the position. You can't sell them like super short. You want a little more to protect your assignment risk. So you don't want to sell like 7 DTEs 10% in the money. But basically it allows you to capture the upside move in stock price without losing your shares. I mean, the most ideal way to manage like a GME OPEX run is to, sell CSPs when it's really low and build up premium, right? Like premium credit. Hold on. So it's in like the low end of the cycle here. You can sell like in the money, at the money CSPs, right? And pick up credit, which you can use to buy long calls that are farther dated. Then, as the price moves up, you can close these out and your long calls start to go up in the money, right? And then you sell covered calls. Then as price stabilizes, you close out the long calls, which hedge your covered calls. And then you can buy in the money far dated puts, like 180 DTE, like 0.6 delta or greater. Then you close out the long calls, right? Leave the puts open. When the price drops, you close out the covered calls. When it bottoms, you close out the puts. And then you take your profits and start selling CSPs again. Gherkin, after 4 months, you now have $100 of my hard-earned money. However, it seems worth it when I have days like today and have 4-digit profits. Thanks for teaching and guiding us all while providing laughter. Thanks, Tankerific. I'd fucking hope that 4-digit profits exceed the minimal cost of Dillionaire. Oh no, they killed Sava again. Bastards. Just a question about CSPs. I haven't been using them yet because you're in Canada. Price above your written strike equals free premium. Price below your strike equals share cost minus premium. 100 times 100 equals cost of new shares. Yeah. Does this reduces cost to buy shares with premium? Yeah, it reduces your cost basis on assignment. But if the stock falls really hard, you're buying significantly out of the money, and that's the risk. It's not really a wheel strategy. The benefit of holding your calls open at the top is when you sell your so you sell your CCs first, because then you can use your in the money calls that you already have to hedge your covered calls, right? And then when price starts to drop, you can sell off the in the money calls, you can sell off the hedge, and then you can buy the protective puts. If you do that effectively on every cycle, you can make a lot of money. I've talked about this like 10 times before. This isn't a first. Is this new? Hold on a goddamn second, Torque. I like what I'm seeing here. You're still a shill. Upstart? Let's see Upstart. Wait, Billionaire costs money? Shouldn't. Do you think they can really hold down Upstart until OPEX with such low liquidity and gamma flip so close? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, they're gonna skew the flip point by buying more and more puts, right? So Upstart's a lot different than GME in that way, very specifically. Upstart has very low ETF liquidity, right? So there's not a lot of shares in ETFs. GME has very high ETF liquidity. So on GME, they can turn to the ETFs really hard, right? On Upstart, they need to turn to the market makers. So their primary source of short liquidity on Upstart is not ETFs, it's market makers. And so this comes with a kind of a different set of problems, whereas ETF failures can be extended really far because of their extremely deferred settlement periods, right? MM failures can't, right? MM failures, the best you're gonna get is like T plus 2 plus 2 plus 35 C, and that's extreme. Usually it's gonna be just T plus 2 plus 35 C, right? And so the churn for Upstart has to occur much more frequently, and then also the short position on Upstart, since it's primarily driven by puts, is at risk of increased price in the underlying, right? So as Upstart's price goes up, the short position becomes inherently weaker. Now, GME has a significant number of puts on it as well, but it's not as affected as Upstart by this because of that high ETF liquidity, right? I've missed the cycles. I was best positioned in October, and then Nopex crushed me. I haven't recovered yet. Yeah, I mean, a big part of trying to play OPEX is positioning in a way where you can minimize risk, because they don't always happen. I think we're getting better and better ways to track them and kind of really pin down when they need to cover. But sometimes they cover, like October 31st, right? Where we see, ETF FTDs get covered on like an offset cycle, and so, and then there's some liquidity restored from that event, and that can, kick the can down the road a little bit. I think Jimmy right run after CPI. This makes sense to sell some CSP now or Monday. I mean, this isn't a bad price to sell CSP. What's the worst that happens? You get assigned at like 22.50. What's the closest strike? Yeah, I mean 2250 puts are, oh, that's January. They're not worth it for this week, but for next week they might not be terrible. The problem is next week has SLD, right? So this is the risk in selling them right now. SLD could pull the price down back to 22 before OPEX, right? Like if we just assume they're using the same deferral as March, there's some risk with selling CSPs. You could go further out of the money and less risk, right? Serious question. Say I want to volunteer in a war-torn region or run a theater for inner-city kid performances. Can I create my own NGO, donate my market winnings, and not pay capital gains taxes? No, I don't think so. I'm not gonna lie, that's not really a question for me. I don't know much about nonprofits. That's a kind of specific area. What do you know about being able to trade options and to extend hours to like 3:30 p.m.? What do you mean? You should be able to trade options all the way up to 4 o'clock. We still target sub 100 for NVIDIA for a fair price. Yeah, but that's like quarter 2, right? Quarter 2 of 2023 is where that target is. And I'm prepared to roll if I don't meet that target by then. Anytime you get a long dated options position, Sisyphus, you're going to have to manage it actively. That's one of the reasons I don't like carrying around a bunch of long dated options positions because they require quite a bit of management. That means buying nearer the money puts to capture short-term drops or bounces. That means, trying to profit off of the position as you wait for your longer thesis to play out. No, nothing's changed. My price target for NVIDIA is still the same. But just because my price target's sub 100 for NVIDIA doesn't mean it's going to hit it by March. It may not hit it till April or May, right? So you have to be prepared to roll. Like if it's looking good, and Nvidia's dropping into quarter 1 earnings, but not sufficiently, right? But the downtrend in their, earnings and the contracting of their margins has been established, then you may want to roll the position forward and average down more on it, right? And build up even more leverage. You can gift shares to nonprofits to avoid capital gains. Yeah, I know about that. You can avoid capital gains with municipal bonds. There's a few other ways around it, but not many. Have you or do you have a plan? I do have a plan to average down RevRQ. I plan to do it sometime in mid to late January. You think Fubo can see $2.39 during SLD? Maybe? Fubo's pretty low already. Hmm. No, I don't have any TA on BlackRock. October was a pretty good time to buy in. I think if the market pulls down really hard again, there could be another entry opportunity for that. That'd be like a kind of long-term buy and hold, though. So use liquidity they got yesterday for GME short today. Yeah. Remember we were discussing those like spikes in the liquidity trend? Right? Where we see like liquidity kind of go like this before it starts to move down. And this these moves represent a return to a liquid market. It takes a little bit of time, but what this is this is like swapping liquidity, right? So they're getting some liquidity and then they're shorting with it. They get some liquidity, they short with it. Get some liquidity, short with it, right? Get a little more liquidity, short with it, right? It's this is what offsets the amount of time instead of them just covering all at once, right? So they can really like bleed it out as much as they can until it breaks. But that's kind of what I was talking about, where you have like a dam, right? And when the dam starts to crack, and that little bit of liquidity that comes through, right? They're using that to like slap a band-aid on it. But the dam's already fractured, right? So that crack's gonna spread, and then liquidity is gonna kind of pop out here, and then they're gonna band-aid that, and then it's gonna spread more, right? And then eventually, it gets out of control, and then all the liquidity floods through. I probably shouldn't have chosen yellow for this, but so be it. Calls on Johnson and Johnson might not be a bad long position. I know they're splitting off. What is it? They're like consumer products brand into a separate equity for shareholders. Is that the Pissmaster's bed? Why Sava, not Fubo? I don't have any reason to watch Fubo today. I don't need to watch Fubo on the intraday. It's a buy and hold position, right? I have 0 DTEs on Sava, which are not doing well. They were doing okay, but now they're not doing very well. More frequent small runs on GME. No more large swings in price. I don't think that's accurate. The fuck is this? Is that the 1 minute? No. Interesting. What's up with the Fed financials? I don't know. I haven't looked at them. More frequent small runs on GME, no more large swings in price. I don't think so. They should use some T-Rex brute force duct tape. Maybe. I heard you mention Jimmy OPEX on the drive to work. Is this next week? December's quad witching is next week. But the expiration is the 16th, so it's settlements afterwards. SPX back to like 39.63 here, maybe? Ooh, maybe we test 39.50 again. I don't think so. We gonna get some fucking volume? Jesus Christ, I hate the midday. Quad witching hasn't produced in a while, right? I mean, March and June a little bit. Yeah, liquidity on Upstart's still going down, even with a positive trend today. Could you read the SPX tea leaves for me? Is it falling through the trend? Shill me harder, Pickle Man. I don't know if it's falling through the trend or not. We'll see. It could bottom out here. Uh, there is a little room to the downside, but 39.65 is like a long-term resistance, so, or support also. If it, we'll see if it acts as support, I guess, and how much it acts as support. There's definitely potential for the price to drop a little, though. It produced in August. We had fucking August OPEX. We didn't have November, but November had a holiday. I don't see how that's... People fucking did this last year, too, or at the beginning of this year, going into March. Everyone's like, that's it. No more OPEXs. Jimmy's never going to run hard again. What do I do with my big fat bags? And they all sold a bunch of cover calls, and then in March we OPEX. So it's, you know, either fucking wait for it or don't. But your theory is not better or valid. It's based on what? A feeling you've got, but you have no data to support it. With all the new execs at Jimmy whose stock has lost so much money, they must feel confident they're going to make boatloads in the long run. Thoughts? I mean, they fucking better. They're going to leave, right? Yeah, Matt for a lot, like the whole C-suite's down like 57% on their pay. August ran outside of the OPEX period. It just got risked off. It was like, it was still within like 5 fucking days. ETF FTDs were right on time. It wasn't even 5 days, right? And we already established that they stopped shorting volatility before the split. So obligations were significantly reduced. But then they started shorting again right afterwards, right? And now they've built up a bunch of obligations. Pizza or pasta, and why? Not really the same thing. What's up, Greg W? I don't need to defend my data against your opinion, Walken. We have a pretty good idea of the size of the obligations pile. At its peak, bigger than March and May. And the peak of the buildup occurred on December 6th. Whatever's gonna happen's already begun. You're just impatient. That's really what it boils down to. What's going to force the water to break the dam? Because it is liquidity is mean reverting. We talked about this with entropy too, right? It's, you can only pull back so far. You're talking Jimmy or Upstart or both? I mean, it applies to both. Do you think Jimmy will drop more before December Apex? Could. Historically, that's definitely possible. After May, they've been bleeding off obligations in a manner inconsistent with what we've come to know because of the split. It wasn't after May. It was after the split and after August when they covered the last of the obligations that they had left over from when they stopped shorting. But then they started shorting again. It's very simple. There was a period there from about the ex-dividend date through the split where they didn't short the stock. All they did was pull back obligations from the May run through June, July. Look at June and July OPEX. We ran on both of them, right? Look at August. We ran there too, right? So they cleared out all their obligations. And then after the split was done and the obligations were cleared out, they started shorting it again. Because there's a momentum created by the return of liquidity that they have historically been unable to stop. And in fact, it benefits their positions to cover. Again, Watkins' observation, as he's calling it, which seems incomplete, is ignoring the fact that this benefits their positioning. It's they're not working against themselves here. They want to cover. They want the price to run. They want volatility to go up. Are there market participants that don't want that to happen? Probably. They don't have as much control over the stock, though. Like an MM can't exert that much control over a stock when volume's high. They're forced into hedging by their positioning. Right? They have too much naked risk on the table. Yeah, you also told me the SPY was going to 3,000 before it ripped from 3,500 to 4,100. So I'll take it. I'll take your opinion lightly, Walken. I have yet to see you demonstrate any significant knowledge of market mechanics or structure in any of the conversations I've had with you. Which is fine. You're here to learn, right? That's cool. But you're fucking peak Dunning-Kruger right now, man. Do you think it's possible shorts use the Thanksgiving holiday deferral with the expectation that VUPs might be avoided with market-wide end-of-year sell-offs for tax breaks imminent? Sure. I don't think that the paying entity, like the cash settling entity, has any interest in using a deferral. The ETFs could very well be interested in using the deferral, right? They're the ones that have to go to the market and buy. Like the counterparty is far more interested in using the deferral process. And we already know that the ETF, like XRT, was settled, right? So we know that, they have securities or bought but not yet delivered. Cash not securities sold but cash not yet received. Like it's there's other parties in that chain leading to them buying the underlying stock. It's not just the short hedge funds or the APs, right? The APs just cash settle it and move on with their day. I'll let you know, Yaga. We got turd. That's selling December 16th. All selling. Jan 2024, 55C. Put selling in the money? Ooh. Yeah, a little bit. Interesting. Just so you know, don't trust market chameleons like net option delta volume. It's frequently incorrect. There's a massive benefit for being first mover and short covering. As a reason we haven't seen more short capitulation so far with the market rising. I mean, I think we've seen quite a lot of short repositioning. The shorts are still confident that we'll get a crash, right? Or, I mean, at least they're so heavily leveraged that they need to stay positioned against it. His ego is already swollen and ready to pop. York, you're a shill and have lost me $11. All right, popcorn trader. Yeah, the shorts are wrong. The economy is still strong. Yeah, sure. I mean, shorts are persistent. That's shorts know that everything is against them, right? So they need to position in a way where they can be persistent in their positions and maintain them for long periods of time. Shorts aren't leeches, and they're not inherently evil. They bring balance, more balance to a chaotic system. Um, Synthetic shorting and deferred settlement and all the stuff that we look at, that's an unfair advantage to other market participants, but short selling on its own is not inherently evil. It is what is supposed to bring exuberance in check. But it's a capital market, right? So participants are encouraged to find an edge that is profitable, and sometimes that edge is very much on the border of the confines of the law. But not only are they encouraged to find those loopholes, they're then encouraged to exploit them as much as feasibly possible. And that's also what repairs the system, is when something is exploited to a degree that it becomes a contagion in the market, right? Then that loophole or exploit has attention brought to it, right? Same like in a video game. If there's a cheat and enough people start using it, the devs are going to fix it, right? And over time, there become fewer and fewer of them. I don't like how shorts run FUD campaigns. Don't listen to them, right? It's a tool at their disposal. They're going to make use of it. It's anti-predatory shorts. I mean, define predatory. Like, you think something's worth money and they think it's worth nothing? That's just, you know, I don't like the bad guys that don't think my stock's worth money, right? Target next 3 to 6 months. I haven't looked at their financials lately. I would think that they would be a business that would do moderately well in a recessionary period. I was trading them a little while back. I don't mind the current price. It could go lower. They have earnings coming up in Feb next. Last earnings saw a reduction in EPS, but improvements in revenue. Okay, so shedding inventory, but not profiting off of it. Again, this is something that you'd want to look for a significant market decline on, but yeah, I think they're fairly stable. Not a ton of risk there if it moves against you. Some, but not a ton. I would definitely say that like 145 or even 130 might be better entry prices though. I saw the DMs, turd. I talked to you about it when you showed it to me the first time. They own the fucking media channels. I'll give you some good advice, Tim VGP. Believe none of what you hear. You should probably believe none of what you see nowadays either. Just don't believe anything. Don't have faith. Don't trust things. It'll pay you far better. But I'm not biased. It's not an opinion. It's just a fact. There's data. People always do that though. I mean, who cares what the general population thinks? Options chain statistics net delta is an approximation. Is it as worthless as market chameleon? I haven't back checked it, so I don't know. Being said, if they short GME too low, then retail will buy. How low? We are already lower than we thought they could go. No, we're not. We're still above the like lower bound price targets. Even at our like peak low, we barely tapped, the second to last resistance. We could go as Jimmy could go as low as like 19 potentially. We technically have a higher low in this period than we had in May. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the short positioning is hinging on CPI and the Fed decision right now. Like I said earlier this week, if both of those are continuing the positive trend of inflation dropping, it's going to be very bullish. I wanted GME to go up, but it's going down. Can you explain this? Did the short hedge funds DRS their short shares again? Any chance we test 3980 today? I'm not gonna lie, I'm not particularly fond of the current trend. 3980 is probably a bit out of reach. I don't know yet. We're gonna need some volume first. On this volume, no. But if we get some volume and start to establish a stronger trend, possibly. If GME drops to 19, I don't care what you think. I'm swing trading that shit. Yeah. It's from a movie, Bull Bear Pig. December OPEX doesn't occur on a week where there's a holiday. Ben. What happened December 6th? What do you mean? If next week all the data is super bullish with a rate decrease, will SLD even matter to bring the market down? Probably. I mean, I'd imagine there's going to still be a lot of participants that need to deposit for margin. But it may be more rapid. Generally, if we have a strongly rising market into SLD, the SLD effect is realized really quickly. On downtrending markets, it kind of bleeds into like the following week. He'll make a new one, maybe. Why do they make GME shorting so obvious? Well, it's really illiquid, so I mean, it's just going to be obvious. Low liquidity equals less effort to short synthetically. Yes. The fact that they keep pushing it down is an indicator of a lack of interest in the stock until they're ready to let it run. But letting it run has a time limit. It's not infinite. It can't be deferred forever. Like I said, I'm patient. Brazil kicked out of the Copa do Mundial by Croatia? Okay. Whipsaw action typically stops me out and I miss upside. Don't have stops? Or just buy into the upside once you can confirm a trend and volatility cools a bit? Right? Do you ever regret starting this channel? Serious question, because you do actually help a lot of people. I don't know if my goals are necessarily in line with everyone else's. Here's the way I look at it. If I've taught 1,000 people to become informed investors and they can reasonably profit off of the market, that's a significant amount of power in retail's hands, right? Those people can then go and teach other people at some point, probably fairly long into the future, but it's about giving power to the players. God, that's cringy. Um ugh. I mean, I spent a year photoshopping and got some pizza. Not great, not awful. Sounds like a win. It doesn't work, but I mean, if you're a professor at a school and you have a class of 50 or 100, 30% of those are going to learn the material, right? I just have a bigger classroom. We also have a lot more material, but more students drop out from insolvency. I don't know if that's entirely true. Spotting and identifying gaps. I mean, you're just looking for a gap in the candlesticks on a given time frame. Some programs just do it automatically. Here's one. It just does it. It does it automatically. You don't have to. You don't have to use your brain at all. Cheap trash Dan. It's a win-win. We learn, and the pickle jar is incredibly valuable to you. Hedge funds pay millions for retail sentiment via PFOF. You get it from us for free. Actually, we pay you for the privilege. Your guys' retail sentiment's about as useless as a bag of dicks. Yeah, you can't use Hanka-Ashi candles for gaps. They smooth them. I've been cheap trash Dan since yesterday. You're so observant. Is this like a holiday discount? Or like a persistent thing? Like, have the goods lost intrinsic value? Or is this just a temporary skew? Listen, if 500 of you idiots can learn to make money, and then 250 of you can make a lot of money, that's a lot of fucking power, right? All of a sudden, now there's an extremely large amount of capitalized retail with the ability to pressure positions like this. And that's important. Product is the same great quality it's always been, but baby, you can always get a discount. All right, cheap trash Dan. On the condiments chart, it looks like after the choppy teeth in March and May, we can still continue to be shorted a fair bit. Yes. Actually, we're shorted the entire time, all the way through the whole fucking thing. What's the catch up? Figure it out. Or as you say, price is what you pay, value is what you get. That's not my quote, but thanks for attributing it to me. I'll take it. Maybe in the distant future, people will think it's my quote, and I'm okay with that. Raytheon CEO says US provides real-time intel to Ukraine. Yeah. We see Russian tank and that information gets fed to the Ukrainians. That's something Russia never contemplated. I think Russia probably did contemplate that. I feel like that's a very obvious statement that he's just made that everyone's very well aware of already. I'm not answering your stupid Renko block questions, Stefan. I've already realized my gains are from CCs and CSPs, picking good strikes and playing off IV spikes. Okay, whatever works for you, right? Money's money. Who gives a shit how you make it? You can give hand jobs behind the dumpster at Wendy's. You can sell calls. Either way, you're up at the end of the day, right? GG Bulls. Don't act like you have like 3960 puts, okay? Do you think we've hit the top on this relief bear rally? It'll depend on the data next week. The data and the Fed decision. It's all that matters. Hey, Gork, long-time listener, first-time grifter. I just wanted to get your thoughts on December 30th options for this period because nobody is trading them. Meaning the price won't go anywhere. Bad? No. Why would anybody be trading them? They're weekly contracts. Looking at CCs on Fubo, not worth selling right now. CSPs are decent. CCs, me. About some December 30th, because if Jimmy starts running, people will buy them. First mover advantage. Do you understand the concept of theta? I mean, I guess if you can buy them at the bid, it's not so bad. But it'll be hard to get fills. Can I capture more premium by rolling? Probably not. You'll probably roll at a loss unless you roll it very, very far out. You're $3 in the money. What'd you sell $26 CSPs on? GME? I wanted to take a second and say thank you. I think I'm finally learning an effective, slower, but consistent strategy by using credit spreads on SPX. This is absolutely huge for me. I now hopefully can have a more reliable source to fund other plays and pay bills. Oh, it's Space Bananas. Thank you so much, man. Congratulations. Yes, selling spreads on SPX is a very common strategy. It's can be profitable if well managed. Good job, man. I hope you nail it. CSPs on Fubo were decent. They were. Eh. 250s aren't bad. It's $42. Oh, not 42. It's what, 30? Not 40? 16% yield? That's bad. You the man. Thank you, NW. I appreciate it, dude. Do you have a savings account, tremendous Dromdarian, that I'm unaware of, that pays 16% per month? Could you tell me the name of your bank? Because I'll put all my money in it and retire. No comment? I'm a loop ring holder. I'm my own bank. Oh, Jesus. It's retarded. Aw. It's okay, buddy. Gork, the condiments chart is about to inverse on the 10-minute. Thanks, Popcorn. To be fair, that's like 16% for like 5 weeks, not 4. Yeah, but aren't months, like fiscal months, calculated at like 4.33 weeks? It makes up for itself. I'm an out of the money put holder. Hello, fellow bank. Disclaimer, I'm just drawing on my plate with ketchup. I made a happy face. Did you put a cowboy hat on it yet? Do you think Fubo can go to $1.99? Maybe. I mean, the baseline for Fubo's enterprise value is still like 600 something million, right? And with continued subscriber growth, that's only going to go up. So if they get bought out, they're getting bought out at, at minimum 200 million market cap, more than they're currently trading at. And they're not going to accept a buyout at that price, right? So figure maybe 2x that. Why do we have to be green today? Market's not green today. It's a buy and hold. Its near-term value isn't supposed to increase dramatically. So what are you betting on, Saituba? It was doing great until y'all went all butterfingers and dropped the SPY. I don't even know how heavily weighted Costco is in the S&P. What would you say is the likelihood of a make white Christmas? I think it looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with everything I'm seeing. I don't know what else to tell you. I know. I still want to beat myself up over Dole. There can be other opportunities. You just have to be patient. Who's the guy who just bought puts? NW. God damn it. Here's what I don't get is why does everyone expect this is like historically not a positive price period. So why is everyone all bulled up for like the near term? Because the FINRA, I mean, the last time they used a FINRA deferral, which is the only time that we know they used one, right? That was in Feb. And that just caused it to run in March 30 days later, right? So the expectation should be at OPEX, not before it. You should be prepared for it to potentially happen before OPEX, but that's still where the expectation should be. For long-term buy and holds, you prefer cheaper stocks with a chance to grow explosively, i.e. Fubo, or a consistent performer, Sherwin, BAM, and why? Generally, consistent performers I trade more often than I buy them and own them. I prefer deeper value investments for longer term buy and holds. They don't always hit, but when they do, it far more than makes up for any losses sustained on other ones that weren't as good. Um, Also, historically, I've been pretty good at picking them. That could be bias, but maybe it's not. I haven't been able to watch today. TLDR and Jamie bleeding against the market. The market's just flat too, and they're just shorting GameStop. Oh, okay. So you bought them before you announced that you bought them. Perhaps I was just sad I didn't wait a little and get twice the shares. I mean, that's why you DCA, right? You know, growth stocks in a recession, mid-sized companies in a bull market. I mean, blue chips are pretty good in a fucking bull market too, right? You want companies that are going to survive a recession in a recession, or companies with potential to grow during a recession, which is harder to find. When you said negative gamma was strong at the flip point, oh, yeah, it was a good time to buy puts. But now that those puts went in the money and a lot of them being zero DTE, we could see a move back higher into the end of the day. Speaking of which, yeah, for the zero DTEs, I mean, it looks like we're just gonna trade between like 39.65 and 39.50. It's starting to build up a lot of neutral positioning just for the end of day. Yeah, I don't love that. Although if we move above the gamma flip point, that gets pretty bullish. 1216 expiration, still very, very much straddled. Yeah, we're just kind of nowhere fun to go down, nowhere super fun to go up. Like 39.50 to 39.75s are pretty range bound. Jimmy just the deepest, flattest of values. If we get two bad data sets in CPI and a Fed hike increase. Okay, today's data set wasn't bad though. It was just neutral. Did GME and Upstart still have a chance to run for OPEX? Or will it probably get suppressed? Yeah, they do. We've had OPEX runs even when the market wasn't trending in our favor. It could limit the scope of the run. Is Docu likely to have T+2 run after that bump from their earnings? That's very possible, yeah. Especially because it's been sustained. I would expect them tomorrow to try to get Docu back to spot. If they can. Although it's being pretty persistent in its ability to hold $50. You get mad if I plug another one of your river runs dry penny stocks? I don't care, man. See you tomorrow, Dr. Cyborg. Is it Dr. Cyborg or is it... I'm just gonna assume it's Dr. Cyborg. Last OPEX you mentioned that we don't get a November run, then you would stop playing GME OPEX. Anything change? They didn't get any liquidity back. Can you define spot? Where the run started. So the market maker is incentivized to bring the price of docu back to here in order to avoid having to hedge here. December quad witching is next week, yeah. Why on earth do you think they'll do something to docu tomorrow? Oh, Monday, but because they don't want to hedge all the fucking naked calls they sold that went in the money? I'm not saying they'll be successful. But if you're going to try to play T+2, you've got to pay attention to the pullback. So if Monday this pulls back to here, you know, T+2 is going to be less significant, right? If it pulls back all the way by Monday, there's going to be no T+2. If it continues to stay elevated into T+2, there's going to be a lot of upside, right? Something to watch out for. Is IRNT going to be joining Revlon in the OTC market soon? Maybe. I made a lot of money shorting IRNT when it ran up to like 20 bucks. That was great. 40? What the fuck did IRNT run up to? It was a lot. When it went through its D-SPAC, and people didn't understand what that meant. Remember Wall Street's like 4-month obsession with D-SPACs? That they got rug pulled on every single one? $39.50 bounce into end of day. Depends on if we see short capitulation to the upside. We should, but we need some pressure. If there's no pressure, they'll just cash settle out their options. So if we can pick up some long side momentum into the afternoon, right, and we can start pushing up, that can start to force capitulation, which can push us up harder. Tesla will go back to 2022 lows. I sold calls on it at 150, so I hope so. So the PPI print was flat. Does that change your expectations for CPI? A flat CPI print is pretty bullish. But no, I mean, PPI and CPI are opposite, kind of opposite sectors, right? What's greedy? 150s on Tesla? I mean, I don't care if I get assigned. They're for March. And I sold them when the stock was trading at 300. I'm already way, way, way up on them. I sold them like right after the split. I needed the money for other shit. I believe at the time I was still moving into my like longer dated like put position on SPX. I was still like leveraging the downside after the run up in August. Regarding D-SPACs that are down 70 to 90%, what advice do you have for whether to cut losses or long-term hold? I mean, it depends on your assessment of the company and their survivability in the current economic climate. If you think they can survive and they're going to generate a profit in the future, then why not? Unless you can use your money somewhere else better. No, it wasn't Revlon. I think no. I put some in like GME for September, like FTDs, I think, and then the rest went on spy like SPX puts. I mean, I got like $150 a share, right? So it's not bad. I don't expect Tesla to continue to do well into Q1 and Q2 of next year. I've been pretty bearish on Tesla for a while now. Ever since I told Victor not to go long at 1200. Why is that? I don't think they can sustain their PE ratios. I think their margins are going to reduce over time. I think more and more competition's coming into the space. Elon Musk's a fucking idiot. You've been bearish. Have you been bearish on Tesla for as long as Victor has been long? No. When Victor first joined the stream, I was still very, very long on Tesla. I was still playing the upside on it quite a lot. I've been pretty bearish. Excuse me. I've been pretty bearish on Tesla since like November of last year, like when it started to peak. When it was like hitting above $1,200. That was the first time I sold like a shitload of in the money covered calls. Um, and then after the split, I sold in the money covered calls again. And I still think I'll hit that price target. I still think those calls will go out of the money by March. Yeah, but they're priced in for a lot more than that, Mr. OptiQuest. Tesla's trading at a PE of 53, man. On last quarter's, what was it, like 15% profit margins? It's ridiculous to think that that can continue. I've been right so far. Elon Musk is a visionary. He's definitely never made a bad business decision ever. One word, semis. Fuck, they gotta make them first. I'll buy more at the bottom. What P ratio do you start to think this isn't sustainable? What, Tesla? You want to be more... What isn't sustainable? Are you talking about like the Schiller P or like the index? Like, which... What fucking asset are you talking about? NVIDIA forward PE 52.9. I know, it's ridiculous. One truck delivered to Pepsi is not a fleet of fucking semis, okay? You're talking about a turnover in fleet management that takes years, years and years, and probably a very significant amount of time before Tesla sees any profits from that endeavor. That depends on the company, Stefan. It's a variable. There isn't just like why are you always looking for absolutes? There's no absolutes in the market, man. You've really got to work on flexibility in your thinking. You're gonna end up like Burry. You really think Musk is an idiot? Depends on what aspects of Musk we're talking about. As a businessman, yes. As a stock pumper, no. He's a mediocre software engineer who's bought a lot of people's ideas, claimed they're his own, and pumped the shit out of them through misleading forward statements that, if the SEC had an ounce of power, would have shut down years ago. You don't have to be smart to be rich. Look at Zuckerberg and Bill Gates. They just stole other people's ideas and sold them better. You just have to be a good salesman. Made what himself? What, his fucking parents owned an emerald mine. What do you think he grew up poor? Yeah, you can throw Steve Jobs on the list too. To some degree. Also, but he also had shit stolen from him. I mean, Steve Jobs is responsible for the only advance in technology that Apple's ever seen, and that's when they got rid of buttons on their devices. Ever since then, they've just made the same fucking product slightly better every year. I mean, Ken Griffin didn't start with nothing either. He was most of these people started off very wealthy. What Ken Griffin has done is impressive. He has gathered quite a lot of power behind the scenes. Having a Fubo TV subscription can increase your credit score. They report it? That's kind of insane. I mean, Ken Griffin's one of those people that have real power. You've never heard of them. Right? But they control a significant amount of the policy. Well, they back a significant amount of the policy making decision in our country. Sure wish my parents owned an emerald mine. My dad just sold fryer oil to Fuddruckers. Gotta pay the bills, turd. SPX gone rejects at 39.66, top of downtrend. No, just probably fucking flat, man. There's just not much room to the downside. There's not enough momentum to move up to the upside. Yeah, I mean, that's what we talked about all week, and now it's happening and people are like, "Why so flat?" Well, this is what we expected, right? Flat because delta neutral positioning, waiting on macroeconomic data. Today's macroeconomic data was fairly neutral with a slight bullish skew, so we've held our level, but we're still flat. None of the mines in my backyard have yielded results. Why is Apple doing something interesting? No. Do you think Apple is deterministic of SPX movement? It's not. It's like 5.7% by weight. It's like a fucking futures, man. That's why bank is reporting it, or they changed the way they calculate your FICO score. I mean, cool. I wish that'd be awesome if like Netflix fucking reported your payments every month. It would improve a lot of people's credit. Hey man, sorry if you answered this. What's the start date of the next potential upstart covering window? There isn't a start date. What do you mean start date? OPEX? That's kind of the target. That's generally when covering happens. Might happen sooner. It's pretty fucking illiquid. The deferrals are due. So depending on which day it was deferred, the FINRA, like the SEA ones are done. Is it today or Monday? I think the SEA ones are done on Monday, and then FINRA 4210 F6 Monday through Friday. After that, it's SEC deferral, 30-day deferral, which would fall in OPEX. It would just be the following OPEX. That's the 30-day deferral is what got used in February. So I think it's most likely that's the one we see. But we are tracking it, and if it runs, before then, on one of the any day between now and then, we'll have a better understanding of which deferral they use. It's the week after next week. Killer Co UK. Call chain for Jimmy next week is absolutely stacked. Have you looked at it? Yep. It's quad witching. Of course it is. You can't just keep deferring. If you start trying to use multiple deferrals, you have to provide proof like every day of attempted settlement. So that means like you have to have like proof that you're submitting market orders that aren't filling or something like that. It's like basically impossible on a liquid stock. People can add their Netflix and other streaming payments to their credit report by linking with Experian Boost. Oh, I didn't know that. For some reason, it won't let me enter my free Ko-Fi. You mean like the membership chat? Oh, I don't know how to do that. There's usually like a milestone thing you can click on. You didn't use it already, did you? How bad is someone's credit that paying for Netflix helps your score? A lot of people have very bad credit, especially people in the lower income bracket, which is most people. Um, so, and any recurring payment improves your score, right? I hope my pants get stacked with white. I hope that happens to you too. Like saying you're looking for a job on unemployment test. Nice, BGZ. You nailed it. These FINRA rules in the week of Christmas, so they defer OPEX covering period as well to January. There's no settlement on the week of Christmas. Christmas is the week following the OPEX settlement week. It's not on the same week. I believe deferrals don't start until the end of the week, so none of the settlement dates fall on a deferral date. I'll double check it right now, but I'm pretty positive. I already looked at this. Yeah, so Christmas 2022. Yeah, the first deferral date is the 20th. But in November, the first deferral date was OPEX. And you can't double defer the same thing. So you can't like roll a deferral into another deferral. Can't double stamp a triple stamp or triple stamp a double stamp. It's deferred until November OPEX 2027. Along with bad credit, a lot of people have no credit, which is arguably worse. Yeah, that's true. My buddy boosted his credit score from like, I think he had like a 680 to like 790 just buying shit on Amazon with a firm and then like paying it off in a lump sum after 6 months. When he was like trying to get a house, so he was like trying to boost his credit score. Yeah, so he'd make like 6 on-time payments, and then on the last one he'd just pay the item off. But it was like little shit. Like he was buying like toasters and stuff. Imagine having a credit score under 825. Gross. Oh man, after I got out of school, my credit score was fucking abysmal. I think it got down to like 520 at one point. I hadn't started like getting paid salary yet, and I wasn't paying any of my fucking bills at all. Do what you gotta do, right? Eating was fucking way more important than paying off creditors. Once I started getting paid salary, then it was fine. But on an intern salary, living in like New York City or trainee salary, fuck, you can't afford anything. Yeah, hang tight. Jimmy and Upstart moving in different directions. Yeah. I was making God. So at my first position, I was a trainee, uh, like under a junior analyst, and it was like $26 an hour. I had a shitload of hours, but my apartment at the time was 2,500 a month. $26 an hour is CEO pay in Eastern Europe. Yeah, I had 400 grand in student loan debt too. I mean, eventually. I didn't get double billed, unfortunately. I did spend 6 years there, though. Yeah, I kind of fucked off for a little while. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. Could you do what you do now without it? No. Not the college education. That I probably could have lived without. But the experience? No. Thoughts on express price action? Settle back down around 1 now. Yeah, it's a long-term buy and hold. And their earnings weren't very good, which they were expected to be better. I mean, I closed my leaps. I'll probably buy back in closer to their next earnings, maybe. Also, they're a vol short, so don't expect the shorts to give up that easy. Long puts on housing stocks and agriculture. I don't know about agriculture. What like the commodities or just agriculture companies? Because that's gonna spike. Like if they're reducing agricultural subsidies, that's either going to, well, actually that could go both ways. They pay a lot of farmers not to grow shit. Interesting. I'll have to look into it. Blow me, Grim, too. 740 credit score is the tipping point where noticeable improvements in loan rates. Higher credit score, the better, of course. Yeah. Did part of your 400k student loans come from your master's? No, I haven't completed my master's. I went for 1 semester and then not going back right now. I'll think about it maybe in the future, but it's not something I don't really need it. I'm working for myself already. I like it, Dork. That's a good one. I had a scholarship until I switched my major. Any chance you can update your long-term value play port posting? I heard you talk about it a few months ago, but I don't think I saw an update in the channel. Oh, yeah, I can update that. If you remind me over the weekend, I keep it all in a tracker, so I just have to screenshot it. What'd you switch your major from? Bio? BS and finance. You know, if you have your doctor, people call you doctor. I want to get my master's and be really insistent that people have to call me master in public. You know, you could probably find someone willing to do that without the degree. I think the website's called Track Your Dividends or something. It's got a really stupid name, but it's they're like portfolio manager for like long-term holdings is actually pretty good. I am a master of science. I don't know. If you want to go back to school, go back to school. What calls do you like on Upstart? Ones with theta. Do they give advanced degrees in content creation? Probably. I mean, it's video production, right? Thanks again for all the level-headed market knowledge. Using options to lower cost basis, like you have been showing the past couple of years, has been far better than being a spectator and watching investments dip with the market. Your balls are showing, Bumblebee Tuna. Thank you so much, Hanger Bang. Bumblebee Tuna to you too, man. No, you don't learn to trade in school. You learn to manage money in school. You don't learn to make it. That's very intentional. MMTLP Insights, do we get GMED'd? It sounds like it. I don't know what's going on over there. I'm not paying attention. I still don't care. But I have a hard time believing that people were up 1,000% and didn't sell. Actually, no, I don't. That's even more sad. Greg, I got back from my lunch break, crying in my car. What did I miss? Literally nothing. Check DMs. I sent you docu-TA. You wish. The more you hate docu, the better it's gonna perform for me. I would say that like there's this if billionaires were a graduating class from a finance program, I would say that they have far more experience trading than anybody from a top university would have. And they're terrible traders for the most part. Some of them are getting better. Starting to. It takes a lot of time. I see that being. If it was easy, everyone would do it. I'm a graduate from a prestigious university. Okay, listen. Somalia State is not a prestigious university. I don't care how many law degrees they gave you. I was about to ask if that was high praise for billionaires or slight on top of you. I mean, you just don't learn at an academic level. You don't learn generally to make money. It's you need exposure to the markets, and you need generally quite a bit of experience at a fund or a firm before you really start to learn how to make money. Most of finance is how to build. You can ask any finance graduate in the chat right now. There's plenty of them. Don't take my word for it. I think accountants are better at valuing companies than finance graduates. Jade, I agree. No. I just now feel like I've reached basic competence, and I still lost 15K on Monday. I've seen some of the stuff you're doing. You're doing better, Dr. Drake. I pay attention, believe it or not. My MBA, finance, marketing, most useless degree. I would have preferred a failed startup or learned a ton more and faster. Nothing like hands-on experience. How do you get hired by a fund? Is internship the only way in? No. You can be someone's child, nephew. Like, the nepotism wagon is strong. Proof of profitability. I know guys that have made it into funds that way. I really don't think if you're profitable, I don't think working at a fund is a desirable end goal, though. The rational market just arrived to save my puts. What would be rational about the market dropping today? I don't know where your puts are, Randall. We know you pay attention. That's why I'm so careful not to say anything about my real degen plays. So internship, nepotism, or showing 20% returns for a couple years. You probably have better luck trying to get into like private equity or something like that. You'd still start at the bottom though. Unless you have a degree in like applied mathematics or something like that, engineering, or a master's. I didn't say I was expecting downward movement on Upstart. I just said it can move down. Jimmy can too. We also have SLD next week. What if you have an associate's in applied sciences? I mean, if you're smart and eager and you can find a way in, so determined, then yeah, you can get a job in finance. Even if you, I worked with guys that didn't have degrees. I mean, it's. I'd say more than a lot of industries, they're probably willing to give some room to prove yourself. It's just hard to get in the door. What if you're a gym teacher? I have both finance and accounting degrees. Coursework was similar, but the accounting degree seems more valuable to me. In either case, knowledge is way above anything I learned. Thanks, Jade. If I have an associate's degree in gender studies, would that give me a better chance of getting a job doing risk analysis? No. No, it wouldn't. Look on the operator side of PE, perks, equity, plays, and friends and family discounts on fund, on LP investments. Also allows me enough flex to be here 20 hours a week. Nice. Private, I actually liked private equity. A lot more freedom. I have an abandoned philosophy PhD with only my defense left to do and no intention of finishing. Do I qualify? Uh, no. I don't know. Does your dad own a hedge fund? JB525, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. The course that changed my life was, believe it or not, an old how to sell on Amazon course called Amazing Selling Machine. Launched my first successful e-com company. Nice. I know a lot of a lot of people that were early to the boat on being Amazon sellers that do quite well. I was a top trader at my community college. I was the only one that didn't buy Doge at the top. So I qualify. That's not saying a lot about your college. 20 something with a tech background. Looks a calendar 18 months interning as a quant for a successful fund. Has to be an established one. Daniel Taylor. Stefan's just selling Himalayan rock salt lamps. That's why he was shilling him in chat yesterday. He's got 2 containers stuck at a port that he can't get rid of. He's like, what the fuck am I gonna do with all this Himalayan rock salt? um, Probably not. Willy Wonka. To be honest with you, no. I don't think you're going to be able to find historical individual contract data.
Not without paying a significant amount of money. To be fair, Stefan bought those rock salt lamps when they were in the money. Trying to plan out my position better, and it'd be cool to see how past runs went at certain times. I'm sure you could probably find information or you might be, I mean, you can find information about like IV and stuff like that, and then, you know, use that in your analysis. You're not going to be able to find intraday IV on specific contracts, though. Yeah, today is dull as fuck, man. Jesus Christ. I would have preferred PPI had been worse or just slightly better instead of so fucking flat. Because at least I would have something going on, right? Some shorts would have driven in the money. Maybe they capitulate. Longs build up on the upside. Just some goddamn movement. Is that what you tell your 4 girlfriends when they come over to your house? Like, that's my salt lick? That's on March 1750C for Upstart. It's a decent amount of theta. It's near the money. I mean, your risk is buying too much intrinsic value up front. CSVs on Upstart have been printing. I love this stock. I already closed mine out. I could have probably held them through the end of the day, but it seemed like a bad idea. So Upstart December 16, 100C. What? No, that's terrible. That's no theta. Way the fuck out of the money. I decided to play Fubo Jan 19, 2024, $2. Bad idea, doesn't really matter, it's already done. I mean, if the stock sees improvement in its valuation, you can sell PMCCs against that position the same way you could sell against a stock with a lower amount of upfront capital outlaid. So it's not terrible. Speak for yourself. Today's been another windfall for me. I'm 43 trades on the day and up another $17. Looks like someone will be able to afford the Baconator tonight. What the fuck are you trading 43 times a day for 17 bucks? Tootsie Roll. I did pretty good this morning, but the rest of the day's been kind of shit. Tesla did okay. The Tesla Zero DTs. I threw like $100 at Sava DTEs, which were actually up at one point, but I definitely overheld on those. But who gives a shit? The overnight straddle was pretty good. Not great, not as good as yesterday, but okay. I think I played some SPX calls this morning too on the first bump. That was all right. I think they played the first and second high tests. See you later, Daniel. Thanks, J-Car. I appreciate it, man. I was thinking about jumping into crypto in the next couple of days. There's this coin that seemed really safe and everybody uses it. So anyway, what are your thoughts on FTX's FTC coin? Is it still trading? Yeah, man, the short squeeze is gonna be epic. Short upstart? No, why? Oh shit. Himalayan rock salt lamp. Look, man, I enjoy getting licked by Stefan and his fake internet girlfriends. Really gets my rocks off. Charge your crystals, Stefan. Your lick's finna make me bust. Is that a Kendra? Is Upstart shorting due to freed up liquidity from today? Man, it's just tracking with the market. There hasn't been a lot of liquidity freed up today on Upstart. There was like a little bit at market open, a little bit right after market open. So liquidity very, very slightly improved from 10 a.m. till what's that? 12. Then it went back down again, and then a little bit over the last like 30 minutes. But it's just shit. It's complete shit. It's barely moved. It went up into this morning and it's stayed elevated. Or, well, not elevated. Illiquid. We need to do a better job of explaining liquidity to chat. Like with giant crayons and water hoses. Now. It was in the daily. If you imagine the stock market as a series of garden hoses, I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'll be right back. Oh, good. Nothing happened. Fantastic. Was yesterday just a little liquidity grab for GME? A little bit. Not much though. That's generally how this period of time goes. Sometimes it's a little more volatile, sometimes a little less, but it's just trading liquidity back and forth until they cover. What are you expecting for Upstart next week? Will we break this channel with OPEX? Possibly. I don't think anything's fun is going to happen until after the Fed decision. The $25 call I sold is my top performer today. I'm sorry about your puts, dude. Stocks aren't serialized. Eat cereal 13 days in a row, but what's the message? I'm not eating cereal right now. Do you think the Fed will raise rates next week? Yes. I don't think I can deal with another round of, oh my God, the Fed's totally going to pivot this week and everything runs up. And then the Fed does the exact rate increase that everyone knew they were going to do all along. And everyone's like, ah, it's the end of the world. And the market falls through the floor. Imagine if AMD was down 7.5% on zero news. This isn't AMD. They're definitely not cutting rates. I remember when AMD was $4. It was a penny stock once. So was Apple. Have you discussed the tokenized security issue surrounding FTX? What issue do you want me to discuss? How they used a bunch of tokenized securities they didn't own for leverage? Or do you think there's something deeper and more nefarious at play? No, there is no tinfoil. That's why I'm trying to see what the tinfoil is. I don't have any tinfoil. The fucking exchange barely traded any volume. Tasteworks says Apex maintains the list of marginable securities, but won't provide it. You can try getting in touch with Apex. People are trying to connect Bankman with Citadel. Shouldn't be hard. They both trade crypto. Could they use tokenized stock as reasonable locates for borrows? Dude, they can use your mom's chihuahua as a reasonable locate for a borrow. As long as shit doesn't go on reg show, no one checks. This is how it goes. Citadel's trade desk calls up JPM. Or, no, B of A is their prime. And they go, hey, man, I need 25,000 shares of GME to short. You got them? And the guy in their lending desk goes, let me check. And he goes, yeah, I think we might have some. One of the guys out on the trading floor might have bought some like a little while ago, so I think we're good. And they're like, are you sure? And they're like, yeah, okay, cool. And then they short the stock. That's a reasonable locate. Too complicated. I mean, it really is. They probably have a mannequin that's labeled B of A and they ask it for locates. Yeah. They don't use burner phones. I hope Jamie doesn't acquire anyone. They're not stable enough yet. Jamie's spending right now and money right now when everything's trading at inflated PE ratios is stupid. So hope they don't do that. This close by polar bear. No. I would never make you a quant. Looks like on an upstart they did some covering today too. Not much, no. Yeah, so DDS keeps doing special dividends, which really fucks over the short positions there. Probably, yeah. Probably not a bad time to buy it. There's no OPEX for this week. It's a weekly trading session. Bought 50 more shares of what? We love MATLAB Popcorn Trader. It's the best. Is Dillard's business good? Yeah, actually. We do know. I'm not going to get into it with you again. Are you drunk yet? Just go get drunk and rant on the Discord. Cat loves MATLAB. No, we don't what? Know the number of obligations due? We do, you don't. Upstart about to go pop? No. I don't think so. Maybe up a little bit for CNS. Mm. Yeah, I think we're kind of just tracking with the market. There's no real pressure being applied either way. What are you looking forward to doing this weekend? I don't know. There are a total of 17 obligations due on GME. Did I get that right? Close enough. I was gonna say 4, but 4 total units of obligation. Ooh, Upstart is gonna pop. That's fun. Damn it, I shouldn't have closed my fucking CSPs. Has the chat reached bearish rock bottom? Not yet. A few more days. When there's like 200 people watching the stream, we're ready to go. I have to disagree. I think the obligations are closer to 2 goats and a half a pork belly. Oh, interesting. Stocks tend to pop 5 to 8 days after I make bets. So after your expiration. Oh, Walken, you assume that you're worth banning. Any opinion on Uniper? What the fuck is that? Smite me, almighty smiter. Alright, I'll time you out. Is anyone holding DDS calls? They're not. It's not great for calls. The options chains. I thought they pulled the options chain, or they were closing it. Have they not pulled it yet? Huh. I mean, you can join the other 300 call buyers for next week. Some of the leap strikes have a tiny bit of interest, but the spreads are crazy wide. It's just not worth it. It's better just to buy shares. Hey, there it goes. End of day GME rip? No, I don't think so. It's not seen us yet. I'm not really very bullish on DDS right now. It's fine. If it had a more liquid options chain, I'd be more interested in it. Also, I think the price is too high. I'd consider buying it maybe around like maybe around 320. It can get there really fast. It has options, that doesn't mean they're very tradable. I've traded a bunch of DDS options. It's not worth it. The spreads suck. It's impossible to sell them. There's no one making markets for it. The risk is too high. Hey man, I wanted us to improve our front running giddy up. You know how I'm really bad at trading? I was thinking you could put buy and sell up on the stream in large bold letters for me. Thoughts? Probably no. Probably not gonna. No. You could sell a 300p and collect 0.5% a week. Where else could you get such a deal? Fubo? Good intraday trade. Maybe for you. What's their ticker? Because it's not US listed. It doesn't really do anything for me.
Like you guys, like the euro poor, you trade the U.S. stocks, right? Because they're fun. We don't trade your stocks, like ever. You guys have all kinds of regulations and rule. Fuck that. Europe has stocks. NDX, you have to. NDX is illiquid. You have to. The minis, like the mini contracts, aren't as bad. I think those tend to be a little bit more liquid. So those are like more tradable. Fuck is the name of it? It's like XND or NQX. I think NQX has the better options chain usually. Well, that was pretty fucking dead too. How's XND? There's no one trading this shit anymore? These used to be more popular. Nope. Fucking no one's trading these either. Jesus, there's your tech illiquidity. Fuck. That is arguably the flattest I have ever seen this shit. How are the AM contracts? AM contracts are a little better. Not much, but a little. QQQ is probably better. Or trade like NASDAQ micros or minis. Which one of you held on to 1.9K Upstart 35Cs expiring today? They're probably sold. Especially at that strike. Breaking news, Xi tells Gulf nations to use Shanghai Exchange for yuan energy deals. Oh shit. Power grab? P. Bradley, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Inverse head and shoulders on the SPX? A little bit, yeah. It's just not very fun. Oh. You know what it looks like? It kind of looks like SPX is going to trade between 39.50 and 39.65 for the rest of the fucking day.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bonafide market maker makes my secret scene this hard.
Is there any way of earning money with shares I own if lending and options aren't available? Yeah, you can show them to girls at bars and hope they're rich. Why are we watching Upstart? Why not? Upfart? Am I the person to come up with that? I don't think so. Sorry, man. The real question is, will Jamie trade between 22.95 and 23.05 for the rest of the day? It doesn't look great, right? Very well could. I actually never understood the Upstart thing. Is this a massive short waiting to get covered? Big volatility shorts that overcrowded the short position from long institutional shorts, and so it keeps cycling on and off reg show as they continue to fail to locate stock, and its fail to volume ratio is really high. Reports that former Italian European Parliament member Pier Antonio Panzeri has been caught with up to 500,000 euros stashing cash in his house in Brussels. Why is that illegal? Did you hear that SS got a second brigade warning? One more and Reddit shuts them down. Ooh. Who are they brigading this time? Was it Wall Street bets again? Ortex. Why are they brigading Ortex? Ortex got attacked for having the wrong short interest. Of course it was wrong. It was Ortex. I wonder who the next institution to piss off Super Stonk will be. You think it'll be Computer Share? I do. Yeah, Ortex should have known that they should have posted their purple circle before making any comments. Magnitude 6.1 earthquake strikes Mindanao, Philippines. Okay. I don't know where that is. I know where the Philippines are. Irvin Finance next? Oh, maybe. That sounds like something a shill would do. Username, username face. So I can't remember the name of the stock, but there was a stock that Burry was shorting, and he wanted to short more and he couldn't, so he bought the stock so he could short it even more. So he created his own inventory to short with, right? You just do that with Computer Share. Do you make people call you Pi-Fi or Gherkin? I prefer to make them call me. Well, it depends, you know, how well I know them. Formally, Pi-Fi. Informal, Gherkin is acceptable. No, it wasn't Geo. He's long Geo. I'm a financial advisor, 100% correct. Getting better at making money on the trading part now. Manage my money great for my clients, though. Awesome, Stock Lover. Glad to hear it, man. Technically, Geo's not a prison. They lease land to prisons of the private variety. Geo's a REIT. It's a real estate investment trust. They're just very prison facing. Yeah. SPX starting to look a little spicier now. Maybe we'll be at whatever the Scoville level for mayonnaise is by end of day. I fix cars, and from the looks of things, I'll be doing that for a long time. You're gonna get busier over the next couple of years, too. I don't know if you directly stand to benefit from that, but maybe you do. Prison adjacent, yes. Prison REITs are gonna rock it once they lock up all those evil hedgies at the DTCC. I mean, Burry really carrying the banner for the no sell people, right? He's got a few buy-ins on Geo. One recently. I'm pretty bullish on Geo Tracker. I'm at 750% now. Whoever was in that last night. Literally no one. The problem I have with Burry's thesis on Geo is it operates under the assumption that more prisons will be built. Instead of just overcrowding the ones we have. Before you YouTube, would you even trade on days like this? No, I'd just sell like out of the money strangles and like go do something else. We're also probably getting pretty close to Gamma Max on prisoners. Probably, but we can exceed that by like 10 to 15%, right? As long as there's sufficient volume. Critique my option entry strategy. I squint at the stream chart on my phone, and when there are many red candles at the first glimpse of green, I market order. Trading God? No. Wait, what time frame? Maybe. How do you hedge an out of the money strangle? It's a short strangle. It's you buy long put and long call. I didn't say Upstart was gonna run. Ever. Is that what you expected it to do today? It's like his 900th time. Why would you look at out of the money strangle on a day like today? Open the first hour, put some stop losses on it, and walk away? Yeah, you just open big leverage short strangles and throw up some stops, and then hopefully theta decays it all out. Like this morning on SPX, you could have sold like 39. At one point, you could have sold like 39.50s and 39.60s for very, very decent premiums, like $800, right? And then, yeah, you just let them decay into that's like for 0 DTEs. Or you could have sold like 930, 39.30, 39.80 if you want to be really safe. Some regard on Wall Street Bets is unironically asking why he couldn't buy shares of SPX, bragging about what a great trader he was. Oh, Jesus. It's got pencil notes and dog-eared pages. I don't know. I would probably hope that whoever penciled in the notes wasn't a moron. Because you know you're going to read them. Building a short position on GME, where should I start? Probably not at the top. Or at the bottom. Short position? Why are you building a short position on GME? So short at walk-in. If it's so smart, put your fucking money where your mouth is. So I'm trying to inverse the inverse of Composite Man to make your trade successful. No, Watkins long on all the same shit the rest of you people are. It's just that his way of dealing with it is by talking a lot of shit on the position he's in because he thinks that improves his success rate. So he's just as scared as everyone else. Except he's just aggressively frightened. Today's stream, the psychology of a walk-in. It's not just him. There's a lot of people like that. It's pretty common, like, defense mechanism. Well, I know you're a bot Wookie Cream. It's your first name. What's my defense mechanism? You try to make light of your losses by making fun of them and making memes and videos. Also fondling emergency exit's weird little thumb. But we're not going to judge you for that. No kink shaming. I get it. It looks a lot like a penis. It's so much easier to just cry in your car. You know, Rusty, your reaction's probably the healthiest. My coping mechanism is alcohol. That's everyone's. You can't have it for yourself. You can't short volatility with a 2-year expiration. Why short Jimmy now that it's like $22 in positive cash flow with ride or die shareholders? It doesn't seem like a good short to me. It's not, Stefan. This is my next favorite part of like any pre-run period on GME. Is when like the people come in from like GME Meltdown and they're like, I'm building a short on this. So first, sadness, then whining, right? And then people start to, after they get past the denial phase of the stock being cheap, they start to take action. They're like, fuck this. I'm buying puts. I'm selling all of my shares. I'm closing these fucking calls. I'm selling covered calls. Right? Like every time GME bottoms out like this, some dickhead on Wall Street bets is like, yeah, look, I just opened up a $400,000 short position on GameStop. The following Tuesday, it's up 60%. I love it. No, you sound like Trump. So, guys, when you're talking to Walking in the Discord, remember he's alone and afraid. His positions are red. He doesn't know what to do because he doesn't understand the market or how it works. Just give him a hug. Coddle him like the little baby he is. That's what makes us a community, guys. That's too far out and you know it, walk in. I was right. Yeah, but you still bought back your calls. Not betting on a crash. Still too. You're gonna bet a crash at the end of next year? Last time I coddled a member of this community, I ended up at a keys party with Kendra. No thanks. Kendra told me you guys had a lot of fun. So why not sell June? At least that way, if it doesn't crash a lot, you can just buy them back. Like, you're just selling intrinsic value anyway. You're not going to benefit from the additional theta if the crash happens before summer. Or do you not want the composite man to know when you're going to buy them back? Is that the secret? Wouldn't you need Darth Dan to chug 4 locos for MOASS? Why are you trying to kill Darth Dan? Are you straddling the SPX this weekend? Unfortunately, yes. I thought 4 Loko was illegal now. No, they make it. It's just not hardcore amphetamine anymore. Yeah, but you also believe stockpiling soup and ammo is going to save your life one day. Thanks, Larry. Gonna make SPX go up magically to get your straddle out of the money? Well, I could buy 39.55s right now. You know what? Yeah, well. Now I just need this piece of shit to turn around. Getting there, close. Not instant regret. Perfect buys. Fuck you. Make fun now, but just you wait until ammo is all there is to eat. Would it be dumb to sell my GME shares to buy June GME calls and June SPY puts? Probably. You're significantly increasing the amount of risk you're exposed to. Did Upstart cross Gamma Max in August? Good question. Not sure if it did. On August 16th, it came in $2 below Gamma Max. But it also started that run under Vega neutral. Now we're above Vega neutral. No problem, man. Have a good weekend. It's really weird how little some quants know. My sister's fiance is a quant and gets lost after I start talking about liquidity. He says he couldn't see Upstart hitting above 20 again. We'll see. Can funds walk GME down to sub 15? Probably not. Oh, there's still 19 minutes. SPX to 4165 with more promising CPI data. Why 4165? Upstart never above 20 again is a pretty bold claim, even if you don't think it's overly short. Yeah, I kind of agree. Even most professional analysts are kind of on the page of it returning to profitability. Upper edge of the ascending channel. Oh, okay. It'll probably bounce. Long, short, 0 DTE capitulation. Power hour. Interestingly, Upstart didn't budge during that sell-off. That sell-off didn't have a whole lot of volume. Later, A-Ra. Elon tweeted, if the Fed raises rates next week, recession will magnify exponentially. No. for 39.92 to 39.80. Ooh, big futures dump. Oh, people are scared of the weekend? Damn it, now we're gonna have to strangle. Fucking lame. SSR? No. Still pretty far away from that. I'm so angry. Someone just sent me a DocuSign. Are you gonna print it out? You can print it out, sign it, put it in an envelope, and mail it back to them. I don't know how rational it's being. Futures are recovering. See if XPX follows suit. Can you define rational, Rocket Randall Hood? Why would the markets go down? PPI wasn't bearish. Michigan consumer sentiment was good. If anything, the market should be uncertain. Of or pertaining to rations. Oh, like the ready, the little meal packs? Like that guy on YouTube eats? I wonder when he's gonna die of botulism. How can I make money off stocks if options are not available? Buy them and then sell them when they're worth more money. Print it off, sign it, scan it, and then email it back. Maybe. You were a guy on YouTube. No, I'm not. You mean Lembus, MTB dork? But then we have to go visit the elves. And last time we did that, you ended up puking in the living room on the floor naked, trying to touch the walls. What do you do when you're feeling bummed about a stock price? Something else? Was puking out of both ends. It was party hard. Yeah, they do. I was making a DMT reference, but I think you missed it. You've been honest with us about the possibility of MOASS. Why won't you disclose the truth about what's below your abdomen? My pelvis. SPX gapped. It's gapped a couple times. Futures are selling off pretty hard right now. They keep selling off hard and then bouncing. My colon had an ego death. I don't know what I'm more impressed with. The volume on this future sell-off or the fact that we're still above 39.30. No comment, Kenny B. Why do people think you're a centaur still when clearly you're a spider? You showed us you could climb up walls and hang from the ceiling just a few hours ago. What are you talking about? That's crazy, C-Mill. I experience the effects of gravity just like everyone else. Is it just bullshit on no news? Yeah, it is. Jimmy is not going down as the market sells off, but goes down hard when the market is just kind of ticking around doing nothing. Yeah. Perfectly normal, right? Turns out folks were expecting $1,000 per share for MMTLP. Why didn't anyone tell me? I thought we made fun of that. Didn't we? Maybe we missed it. I don't know that podcast. I don't think I've really listened to any podcasts. Hey Greg, I went long the SPX just now. Jimmy's relish, man. MMTLP, same like Revlon? Maybe.
Yeah.
They said about Jimmy never hitting $24 again. No. Condiments are fine. Sava's getting a little bit of giddy up into close. It's upstairs, yeah. I'm so angry I didn't fucking just leave my CSPs open. Is that this morning? Yeah. It's not even back to fucking spot. Interesting. Potential upstart buying back shares the last couple of days. It could be. There's no way to know, so it's pointless speculating on it. You'll know in their next earnings report. I think I accidentally placed an order this morning for 260C, June 260C, and they just executed. Guess I'm long target now. Dude, you're fucking $100 out of the money. I think their next omnibus hearing is in towards the end of January. Or no, the end of this month. And then the last one's at the end of January, right? Can you please explain why you thought correctly that docu earnings wasn't such a risky event? Earnings are typically thought to be risky events regardless of beating analyst projections. I mean, some companies are very stable and their revenue platforms are very stable, and so um the persistence of trends in their earnings tends to continue. Like Caterpillar or DocuSign, companies that make their money off EPAM is another good one. These are companies that make their money on a contractual basis. So quarter over quarter, you don't have to be so concerned with their earnings outputs. Year over year, it matters because you get a better idea of their sales performance, but yeah, quarter over quarter not so important. Yeah, no problem. Okay. Someone just buy a shitload of ES contracts on the last candle? Oh, SPX. Man, that was a lot. Ding ding. What is ES doing? Okay, that's not very interesting. Ooh, okay. So oil tanked. Yeah, oil dropped off pretty hard there towards the end of the day. That might have been some of the effects. So did the Russell. The Russell fucking index dropped really hard too. Dow's fine. Nasdaq's still up on the day. ES up 1 basis point right now. SPX down 0.74 on the day. This is the effect of the arbitrage with the roll forward. So ES is now trading on the March contract, no longer the December. So during this period, you tend to see a lot of volatility. I mean, this kind of just looks like a little bit of a sell-off into close. 0 DT longs, either closing out positions or taking profits. There were a pretty significant number of them at like 39.75. So they definitely weren't up while taking those profits. GME and Upstart a little flatter today. Not quite up on the day, but fairly flat. GME down almost 9% today. The shorting during this period isn't unexpected, especially with the market trending down into the end of the day after 11 o'clock. That just helps them, really. GME getting a little bit of after hours volatility, but not on any significant volume. Monday, probably still a little volatile into the end of the day. If we open up Monday trading at these levels, we're likely to be locked in between like 3,900 and 3,950, and I'll narrow that range as we get more OI data Monday morning. But that's the downside range for where this could trade into the CPI print. And if CPI is expected to be bullish, which I think the market's going to lean to, remember they're going to do that thing where they position to the short side of the straddle, right? We saw this a few times over this last month, where we're going into a major economic news event, trading very sideways, right? And they build straddle and strangle positions across the indexes, and then we'll see low volume drop as we trade to the downside of these positions, inferring that they intend to sell off puts going into the event itself. This doesn't always happen, but the market's so volatile and illiquid right now that the effect of this is more noticeable. In a more liquid market, you'd probably see prices kind of trend towards the lower end, right? And then move up. Not such an extreme move as we get now with so much uncertainty. But that's on the CPI print's going to be next Tuesday. We've got the Fed meeting coming up. I still think 0.5 is the most likely outcome from that, but that's already expected. It's definitely priced in. But I think the Fed meeting is going to be far more, or the outcome of the Fed meeting is going to be far more reliant on what Jay Powell has to say about the future intentions of the Fed. If this is going to be their last rate increase for some time, that's going to be pretty bullish. It's enough to carry the market potentially into quarter 1 or quarter 4 earnings, and like starting in like Feb of next year. And that's about it. Yeah. Our member stream Sunday, 12:30 p.m. I'll see everyone there. Everyone else have a great weekend, and I'll see you Monday morning. All right? Thanks, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.